Chapter 573. The Night of the Full Moon, Flying Immortal from Outer Space. In the room, after Han Yushi saw the title of Li Zixuan's manuscript, she couldn't help but wonder, "Husband, are you preparing to write a new novel?" Outsiders didn't know that The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zixuan, but how could Han Yushi not know? That was why she asked this question. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not it. By the way, didn't you suspect that I have a relationship with other women just now? I'll give you a surprise tomorrow night and let you understand my feelings." Han Yushi was embarrassed, but she still said stubbornly, I didn't suspect you. Besides, you're young and have a bright future. It's normal even if you have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I won't throw a tantrum with you." Li Zixuan looked into her eyes and asked mischievously, "If I marry other women, will you really not be unhappy?" Han Yushi's pretty face turned pale. She bit her lips and said bitterly, I won't be unhappy." Seeing her like this, Li Zixuan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He said softly, "Little fool, I was just teasing you, whether rich or poor. Li Zixuan, have my wife in this life. I won't marry anyone else." Han Yushi widened her eyes in surprise and said in disbelief, "Husband, is what you said true?" Although it was popular in ancient times to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, that was only because the situation forced it. In fact, which woman was willing to share her husband with other women? Han Yushi just said that because she didn't want Li Zixuan to think that she didn't see the big picture and didn't want her parents-in-law and neighbors to say that she was jealous. Of course, she didn't want Li Zixuan to marry a concubine. Looking at Han Yushi's cute appearance with her eyes wide open, Li Zixuan couldn't help but lightly touch her pure white forehead with his lips, and then said with a smile, "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? That day when we bowed to heaven and earth, I said that I wanted to be a celestial couple with my wife that everyone in the world would envy. Ha! Let's start tomorrow night." "What? Ha! You'll understand tomorrow night." Han Yushi playfully rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Oh, right, husband, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We have to worship the moon and eat round pancakes at night." Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. He guessed that the round pancakes were probably mooncakes, but he didn't expect this custom to start in the Tang Dynasty. He couldn't help but feel homesick as he recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival in his previous life. According to legend, mooncakes originally originated in the early Tang Dynasty. During the reign of Wuda, great General Li Jing defeated the Xiongnu and returned triumphantly on the 15th of August. At that time, there were Turpan businessmen who offered Li Yuan cakes to celebrate his victory. Li Yuan took the gorgeous cake box, took out the round pancakes, and smiled as he pointed to the moon in the sky, and said, "I should invite the toad with the pancakes." After saying that, he distributed the pancakes to the officials to taste together. From then on, there was the custom of eating pancakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. At that time, the rich families would generally set up incense tables to worship the moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Round pancakes, watermelons, apples, grapes, and other offerings were all available. Among them, round pancakes and watermelons were absolutely indispensable. Exquisite families even specially cut watermelons into lotus-shaped offerings. But at that time, there was no such thing as mooncakes. In fact, mooncakes only existed in the Southern Song Dynasty. It was only in the Ming Dynasty that there were accurate records of eating mooncakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's okay. We can worship the moon and eat round pancakes after we come back tomorrow night. Wife, quickly go to sleep." After a long while, Li Zixuan woke up from his memories. He patted Han Yushi's shoulder and smiled gently. "Okay, yo, on the night of the full moon, flying immortals from beyond the heavens. What does Mr. Lee mean? The next morning, some people who bought the newspaper couldn't help but discuss with their companions after seeing today's headlines. Sigh. Lord Lee personally mentioned this matter yesterday, and I was still there at that time. But Lord Lee didn't say what exactly it was. Yesterday? Oh, I heard that a group of scholars blocked Lord Lee's house yesterday. Is that true? Yes. It even alarmed the emperor. The leading student has already been arrested by the Imperial Army. Sigh. This group of scholars is really ungrateful. They've wasted all their knowledge. Lord Lee is such a good person, and they still have the face to cause trouble. Sigh. But Lord Lee also told us yesterday that he would let the entire Chang and city witness a miracle tonight. He wants to prove that the so-called engineering in the newspaper is not a lie. Has. Then, there's a lot to see tonight. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we can watch the fun. Ha ha. That's right, that's right. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people in Chang, and we're silently looking forward to the arrival of night. Imperial City, Changle Palace. Wow. Is Brother Xian going to show everyone the fairy lamp? I'm so looking forward to it. Changle leaned against the couch, holding the newspaper in her hand. After reading the headlines, an extremely bright smile immediately flashed on her exquisite little face. Her watery eyes were filled with longing. Ordinary people didn't know about the fairy lamp, but as the princess of the Tang Dynasty, Changle naturally knew about it long ago. As smart as she was, she almost instantly thought of what Li Zixuan was going to do at night from the words, on the night of the full moon, flying immortals. She couldn't help but feel envious. If Changle can go up to the fairy lamp once, then even if I immediately die of illness, I won't complain. But tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I have to accompany father and mother for dinner. I can't leave the palace. Changle held her small face and was in a daze. After a moment, she muttered to herself. South of Chang, and city, Dunhua Square, East County Duke's Mansion. Eldest uncle, hurry up and save Yunhan. A fat middle-aged man with an oily face hurriedly ran to the backyard and shouted anxiously at Cui Junchuo, who was resting with her eyes closed in the courtyard. Cui Junchuo opened her eyes with extreme dissatisfaction and scolded in a muffled voice. What are you shouting for? Look at yourself. Do you still look like a father? The middle-aged man cried and said, Eldest uncle, something happened to Yunhan. How can I continue to be calm? Hurry up and think of a way to save Yunhan. It turned out that this person was Cui Yunhan's biological father, Cui Simo. His father, Cui Junsu, was Cui Junchuo's brother. However, in the Cui family of Cui Yenmu, the title of nobility was passed down to Cui Junchuo. Therefore, now that something happened to Cui Yunhan, Cui Simo didn't go to Cui Junsu for help. Instead, he came to Cui Junchuo for help. After all, in the current Cui family of Qinghe, Cui Junchuo's title was the highest. Cui Junchuo was stunned. Then she asked with an ugly expression, what happened to Yunhan? Shouldn't he be in the Hong when museum? Chapter 574. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. When night fell, an extremely bright moon slowly rose from the horizon. In this era where there were no street lamps, neon lights, or LED advertising screens, this bright moon was extremely eye-catching at night. The term Mid-Autumn Festival was first recorded in the Rites of Zhou, the Book of Rites. Moon Order said, the mid-autumn moon nourishes the old and nourishes the old. The custom of the Mid-Autumn Festival was to worship the moon at the beginning. The Book of Rites recorded the emperor's spring morning sun and the autumn moon. The autumn moon was to worship the moon. This meant that the emperor had already started worshipping the moon as early as the spring and autumn period. Later on, the aristocrats, officials, and scholars followed suit and gradually spread it to the people. Later on, the Mid-Autumn Festival was gradually used to celebrate the harvest. This was because the Mid-Autumn Festival in August was the season for crops and fruits to ripen. Tonight, the curfew in Tang and city was lifted. Therefore, although the sky was dark, the streets outside were still very lively. All kinds of vendors selling small toys began to wander the streets and alleys. Lanterns had also become the favorite plaything of the rich young masters and young ladies. Laughter and exclamations could be heard everywhere. Although there were no stars in the sky, the colorful lanterns gradually rose to replace the stars and adorned the night sky. Brother, I want to sit too. I want to sit in the fairy lantern too. In the west courtyard of the Li residence, Lan tugged on Li Zixuan's arm and kept acting coquettishly. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Of course, Lan couldn't continue to stay in the Han family village. Mrs. Li personally went to fetch the little girl back early in the morning. Li Zixuan face-bombed. He didn't know where this little girl got the news from. He had clearly brought his wife here in secret. However, in this situation, he could only helplessly say, Lan, next time. We can't carry too many people on it at once. Otherwise, it will fall from the sky. After brother brings Yushi down, I'll bring you up to play, okay? Lan looked up at Han Yushi. After hesitating for a while, she said, all right, then, brother, you have to keep your word. Li Zixuan laughed and said, of course. Han Yushi bent over and patted Lanner's little head. She smiled and said, Lanner, don't worry. When he doesn't bring you along, I won't listen to him either. Lanner nodded happily. Okay, then, the little girl skipped down the corridor to watch the fun. Husband, can this really withstand the two of us? At this point, Han Yushi looked at the hanging basket and became a little hesitant and afraid. She grabbed Li Zixuan's arm and said worriedly. Li Zixuan smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, my wife. The celestial lamp will definitely be able to withstand the weight of two people. I'm confident about this. Besides, even if there is an accident, I will protect you. Let's go up. In fact, there wouldn't be much of a problem even if 3 people came up together, let alone 2 people. The reason why he didn't let Lan come up together was mainly because Li Zixuan wanted to take Han Yushi for a romantic time. Recently, he had been running around for the Academy and the Snake Spirit Mountain. He didn't have much time to accompany his wife. Today, he could take this opportunity to make up for it. Okay, Han Yushi heard that and felt a little relieved. She lifted the corner of her skirt and successfully boarded the hanging basket with Li Zixuan's help. Then Li Zixuan quickly untied the rope that fixed the hanging basket. Then he also boarded the hanging basket and ignited the kerosene above the hanging basket. A moment later, the heavy hanging basket gradually overcame the gravity of the earth under the effect of the strong, lifting force of the hot air. It slowly left the ground and rose into the sky, rising higher and higher. The servants of the Li residence looked at the huge ball of fire in the sky and were stunned. They were close, but they saw Li Zixuan and Han Yushi fly directly into the sky after sitting on the hanging basket. This kind of shock was not felt by others. Wah, we can really fly. Brother, Sister Yushi, you guys have to come down quickly. Don't run too far. Lan also wants to sit on it. Lan saw that the celestial lamp had successfully ascended into the sky. She did not care if others could hear her, and hurriedly shouted towards the man and woman in the sky. Wah! Young master and young madam really flew into the sky. They are flying so high. Xiao He opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Shi's eyes were filled with enchantment. Following beside Li Zixuan, she could always feel an endless stream of surprises. She looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman in the sky and sighed softly. Young master is so good to young madam. What's wrong? Xiao Shi, are you starting to have feelings for young master? Although Xiao Shi's voice was soft, Xiao He heard it clearly. She, who had a lively personality, smirked and teased Xiao Shi. Yeah, Xiao He, what nonsense are you saying? Young master and young madam are so good to us. How can you say that? I'm not going to talk to you, Xiao Shi said shyly. This time, Li Zixuan did not let the celestial lamp fly too high. It was only about 5 stories high. So, when he and Han Yushi flew out of the mansion, the people on the streets reflected the bright moonlight and immediately saw the outline of the celestial lamp clearly. Wah! Mother, look! Look! What a huge lantern! A young boy who was eating candy and looked dignified saw the celestial lamp in the sky and quickly pulled the woman beside him and shouted excitedly. The beautiful woman looked up and exclaimed, "Who bought this sky lantern? Why is it so big?" In just a short while, more and more people noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. Wow! Such a huge sky lantern. It seems to have flown out of the Leake County men's mansion. Hey, look, there are people on the sky lantern. How is that possible? Although the sky lantern is huge, how can it carry people? Damn, there are really people. And it's not just one person, there are 2 people. Wow, isn't that young man in white Lord Li? Then the woman in white next to him must be Lord Li's wife. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a celestial couple. Countless people exclaimed at the celestial lamp under the moonlight. There were even people who were chasing after the celestial lamp. Luckily, it was only a light breeze tonight. Otherwise, these people would not be able to catch up even if they ran until their legs broke. Wow! I understand now. This is what Lord Li said in the newspaper today. Celestial flying on the night of the full moon. Lord Li wasn't lying when he said that engineering could make people fly. Oh, so that's it. Then what kind of engineering is this? It's really amazing. TSK, compared to engineering. Lord Li's celestial couple is the one that is really enviable. Chapter 5, 75. Monthly ticket +2. Wow. Hubby, we're really flying. In the sky, Han Yushi was 100 times more excited than the onlookers below. She looked at the buildings that were getting smaller and smaller below and felt very fresh. She had never been able to look at the magnificent Chang and city from such a high position. She had also never been able to be with the person she loved so quietly and undisturbed. She was really satisfied. Li Zixuan smiled and lazily hugged Han Yushi's slender waist. He said, "Yes, we're flying. Only in the sky can we not be bound by any imperial power and secular etiquette. We can do whatever we want. There's only the 2 of us. Do you like it, my wife?" Han Yushi quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, yes. I like it very much. Thank you, hubby, for being so good to me." "Ha ha, my wife. I'll take you to Turcham and city tonight. Let them envy us, this immortal couple." His wife was really easy to satisfy, but Li Zixuan felt that it was not enough. He pointed to the other markets below and said with a smile. Han Yushi blinked and was very tempted, but in the end, she shook her head and said, "Let's not. Lan is still waiting for us below. We'll just stay up there for a while and then go down." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Ha, that little girl still has other friends to play with. Don't worry, my wife. If she doesn't see us in a while, she'll definitely go out and play with others. It's rare that the curfew in Chang and city is lifted tonight. Let me accompany you. Tonight, millions of people will be envious of us. When Han Yushi heard that, she could no longer refuse. She said sweetly in her heart, "Yes," but then she seemed to think of something and looked up. "But, hubby, the wind is blowing from the south now. Our fairy lantern can only float to the north. How can we tour Chang and city?" Li Zixuan chuckled and said smugly, "Heh, wife, watch carefully. Watch my 18 dragon subduing palms. Oh, quick, look. Quick, look. There's a huge lantern in the sky." Li Zixuan was right. It was rare that there was no curfew in Chang, and tonight, so many people would not go to bed so early. Those who had money would go to the night market, while those who had no money would go to their homes to chat and beat their sons. All the markets were bustling. It was precisely because no one was sleeping and Li Zixuan was flying at a low altitude that the celestial lamp caused a huge commotion wherever it went. Wow, there are 2 more people up there. This should be the meaning of celestial flying on a full moon night, right? Surly really didn't lie. There seems to be another person dancing. Was Lord Ju's wife dancing for Lord Ju? They are so loving. But aren't they offending public decency by doing this in public? Tisk, if you have the ability, why don't you go up as well? You'll be offending public decency. Seriously. F***CK. No, no, no. That's not Madame Ju dancing, but Lord Ju boxing. What kind of F***king look are you guys looking at? Ah, then Lord Ju is really good to Madame Ju. Ping Kong Fong. This was the most famous red light district in Chang and city. It was commonly known as the Northern Li's famous flower district. In the Tang Dynasty, there was no rule that officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes. As for the scholars who came to take the imperial examination, visiting their confidants at Ping Kong Fong was simply a semi-official activity. If anyone did not go, it would not be called chastity, but a country bumpkin. Therefore, in the past, although the doors of Ping Kong Fong were closed at night, the brothels in the square were still lit by red candles. There were dancing and dancing, couples coming and going, and singing in low voices tonight. There was no curfew in Chang, and Ping Kong Fong was even more lively. Many young people secretly came here to fool around in the name of going out to drink with their friends. Ping Kong Fong was full of traffic, and it seemed even more crowded. "Master Hu, come in and play. Our Xiao Chui misses you very much." Bai Hua Building, the largest brothel in Ping Kong Fong. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup pulled a fat man and laughed coquettishly. "Hee hee, am I not here now?" Mother Hua quickly asked Xiao Chui to come over. "Hey, I'll be here soon." "Mother Hua, where's your family's courtesan? Miss Yen, why don't I see her?" At this moment, a young man in luxurious clothes walked over and asked with an unhappy expression. Mother Hua's expression froze, and she murmured, "Young Master Nyo, Miss Yen, hasn't been feeling well these few days." Wow, what a huge lantern. Why are there so many people following down there? At this moment, Li Zixuan's fairy lantern happened to pass by Ping Kong Fong. This huge fairy lantern shook everyone's heart. Mother Hua, that's Lord Li and his wife. They came from Yongla Lane, and they should be touring Chang. And city, I heard it from those people just now. A page boy pointed at the commoners who were chasing after the fairy lantern and said to Mother Hua, after the surrounding ladies heard it, all of them became excited. Wow, Lord Li is such an affectionate young man. He's so handsome and gentle. Ah, Lord Li, wait for me. Can you let me go up there for a while? A girl in a pink dress suddenly screamed and chased after the people from before. Ah, you slut! Lordly is mine. The power of role models was endless. If there was one, there would be a second. In the blink of an eye, a group of ladies ignored Mother Hua's obstruction and chased after the fairy lantern. In one of the attics in Hundred Flowers Tower, a lady in purple looked at the fairy lantern flying by outside the window and heard the crazy screams downstairs. She couldn't help but sigh. Miss Han is so lucky to be married to such a man. If there's someone who can treat me so well in this life, I, Fong Fian, would be willing to pay any price. Husband, they all seem to like you. On the fairy lantern, Han Yushi looked at the ladies who were chasing after them crazily and couldn't help but smile at Li Zixuan. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said awkwardly, "Well, I only like my wife. Even if they catch up with me, I won't look at them." Han Yushi smiled and asked, "Then why are you controlling the fairy lantern to pass by this place of prostitution?" Li Zixuan, could he say that he was just curious? Chapter 576. In the West Court of the Imperial Palace, the people outside were celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Of course, this place was also decorated with lanterns and colored banners. In an open space in the West Court, Li Er led a group of concubines and more than a dozen children to stand in front of the incense table and worship the statue of the moon goddess devoutly. There were moon cakes, watermelons, apples, red dates, plums, grapes, and other offerings on the incense table. The statue of the moon goddess was placed in the direction of the rising moon. The incense table and red candles were solemn. Looking at their posture, they should be praying to the moon. Speaking of praying to the moon, the story of Saltless praying to the moon had to be mentioned. It was said that the ugly girl of the ancient Qi state, Wu Yan, prayed to the moon devoutly when she was young. When she grew up, she entered the palace with outstanding virtue, but was not favored. On the 15th of August, Wu Yan was praying to the moon. King Xian of Qi happened to see Wu Yan under the moonlight. He felt that she was beautiful and outstanding, so he made her his queen. That was how the tradition of praying to the moon came about. Chang, Yi of the moon, was famous for her beauty. Therefore, the girl prayed to the moon and wished to be like Chang Yi with a face like the bright moon. The story of Saltless praying to the moon first appeared in the biography of the women written by Lu Xiang of the Western Han Dynasty. Wu Yan, also known as Zhong Wu Yan, was shockingly ugly. She had a wide forehead, small eyes, a high nose, a big throat, a hunchback, and a thick neck. But in the end, Zhong Wu Yan became a typical representative of the sea cannot be measured with a pint pot, and people cannot be judged by their appearance through her own efforts. May the Tang Empire be free of disasters and have good weather. Li Er looked at the bright moon in the sky and sighed faintly. There were less than 10 months left before the locust plague mentioned by Li Zixuan. He was somewhat uncertain. In the past few days, he had been concerned about the harvest of various places. He even personally went to the farms near Chang and several times. It could be said that he was worried sick. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Tang Empire is established according to the will of heaven and will be protected by heaven. Empress Zhongsun knew what her husband was worried about. She smiled and comforted him softly. Yes. Wow. Father, mother, look. What is that? Changle, who was at the side, suddenly saw a ball of fire floating in the southern sky. He couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Li Er, Zhongsun, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Li Ke, and the princess of Xiangqing all looked in the direction of Changle's finger. They saw an extremely bright flame floating in the sky far to the south. It seemed to be moving slowly. Zhao Song, get someone to check if this is Li Zixuan's doing. This ball of flame was very far away, and it was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish what it was. However, Li Zixuan had seen it from a distance on the Black Tortoise Gate's watchtower when he used the immortal lamp to wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Therefore, he was able to recognize it at a glance. Zhao Song responded and ran out. Not long after, he came back. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, that is Li Xianen and his wife. They are touring the city on the immortal lamp. They are still some distance away from the imperial city, and it seems like they are about to turn around." Hearing this, Changle came to a realization. She looked at the fairy lamp in the distance and said with a mesmerized expression, "So, this is the fairy lamp. Brother Xiao Xian actually brought Sister Yushi up with him. They are really loving." Li Er's expression was a little ugly. He snorted and said, "At least this kid knows his place. Get the guards at the city gates to keep an eye on him. If he dares to approach the imperial palace, shoot him down." Shoot him down? Everyone present was stunned. They were all thunderstruck by Li Er's words. Zhao Song wiped his sweat and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." However, Li Xianen shouldn't be so reckless. Li Er glanced at the immortal lamp in the sky and said unhappily, "That better be the case." This was Li Zixuan. If it were someone else, he would have ordered the imperial guards to shoot down the immortal lamp. After Li Er said that, he pulled Empress Zhongsun, who was holding back her laughter, and walked to the back of the palace. He said to the concubines and children, "Let's go to Li Zheng Hall for the Mid-Autumn Festival." Everyone bowed and agreed. After Li Er walked away, Li Tai looked at the immortal lamp and said indignantly, "Xiao Xian, this bastard really forgets about friendship when he sees a girl. He told us that the immortal lamp is unstable, has a limited capacity, and can't control the direction. Now, it seems like he was lying. This won't do. I'll settle the score with this kid tomorrow." Li Ku, who was following behind Li Er, looked back at the immortal lamp in the sky as he walked. He thought to himself, "Is this engineering? Li Zixuan's engineering is so amazing. No wonder Qingke is so obsessed with engineering." Tunghua Square, Sun Residence. Sun Zifen, who was eating biscuits and admiring the moon in the courtyard, also saw the immortal lamp in the sky. Moreover, he was closer to the immortal lamp than Li Tai, so he could see the outline of the immortal lamp very clearly. When he found out that Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were still standing on it, his reaction was exactly the same as Li Tai's. "Damn, sir, you're too mean. That day, you told me that the immortal lamp is unstable. Why are you sitting on it today? I think this thing is quite stable. Damn, I've been cheated. I've been cheated." Putting aside whether the immortal lamp was stable or not, the two people on it were so romantic that they couldn't control themselves. "Husband, this is the imperial city." Han Yushi snuggled in Li Zixuan's arms and pointed to the imperial city in the north as she asked. Li Zixuan draped his outer robe over Han Yushi's body. Just now, in order to bring Han Yushi to see the imperial palace, he deliberately raised the immortal lamp quite a bit because he couldn't ride the immortal lamp to the sky above the imperial palace. If he did, Li Er would definitely mess with him. After all, no emperor could tolerate others spying on his territory. This was also the main reason why the residential buildings next to the imperial palace couldn't be built too high. In this way, the night was already cool, and they still stayed in the sky, so high up in the sky, it seemed a little cold. After putting on the clothes, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Yes, this is the imperial city. Isn't it spectacular?" Han Yushi replied softly, "Yes, I've never seen the imperial city from this angle. It's really magnificent. But husband, if we look like this, we won't attract the city defense soldiers later, right?" Li Zixuan chuckled and said, "Hee hee, That's hard to say, so let's run now. Ah. Han Yushi was stunned and speechless. She thought that since Li Zixuan dared to do this, he must have a card up his sleeve. Ha ha, let's go. Lan is probably waiting anxiously. We should go back. Li Zixuan laughed and used 10 dragon subduing slaps to the back. The immortal lamp began to change direction and flew toward Yongla Lane. Chapter 5, 77. After sending Han Yushi down, Li Zixuan took Lan, Xiaohe, and Xiaoxi for a walk in the sky for a while before returning home to worship the moon, eat pancakes, and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with his family. It wasn't that he didn't think of letting his parents experience the celestial lamp in the sky, but Li Jingma and Mrs. Li firmly disagreed. It was said that they would feel dizzy if they looked down from above. Therefore, Li Zixuan didn't force them. He went home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, but his legend was left outside. The appearance of the celestial lamp tonight ignited the enthusiasm of the people in the city. Everywhere Li Zixuan and Han Yushi passed by, many people would scream or chase after them. Until now, there were still many people in front of the Li Zixuan's residence. They were waiting for Li Zixuan to come out with the celestial lamp again. But this time, they were destined to be disappointed because the person they were waiting for was having dinner with his family. After dinner, he didn't have time to go out and had to go back to his room to hug his wife and sleep. The next day, after a whole night of brewing and accumulating, the enthusiasm of the people of Chang and city finally erupted. Every street, alley, tea house, tavern, and every corner, as long as there were people could hear the discussion about the celestial lamp. On the street, 2 big men got up early and prepared to go to work. Hey, Lu Biaozi, did you see the big sky lantern in Lord Li's house last night? Of course I saw it, and it said that it's not called a sky lantern, but a celestial lamp. Lord Li used this thing to fly up last time, when he wiped out the 7 cultivators of virtue. Wow, how do you know so much about it? Hey, I heard it from the servant next door from Assistant Minister Li's house. TSK, this Lord Li is really amazing. I never said that there's something that can make people fly, but Lord Li really did it. It's really the work of a celestial. Ha ha. Lord Li is the lucky star that God gave to our Tang Empire. Hateful that some people dared to doubt Lord Li's bragging the day before yesterday. Now, no one dares to doubt it, right? Hey, if that's the case, then Lord Li's engineering project seems to be really impressive. It's amazing, but what does it have to do with you? Pockmarked Xiang. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I plan to let my brat go to Yanhuang College next month to try. If he can get in, won't he be able to soar into the sky like Lord Li in the future? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. How can someone as silly as your steamed bun get into Yanhuang College? Why can't I? My little bun has already been enlightened. I'll buy him an arithmetic book and let him study for a month. There's an 80% chance that he'll pass. Inside the classroom of the Hongwen School. Although it was the start of the field break, many students who lived in Chang and still volunteered to stay in the school for supplementary lessons. This phenomenon was not only present in the Hongwen School, but also in the Imperial College, Chongwen School, and other places. In a certain classroom, the students took advantage of the fact that the teacher hadn't arrived yet to discuss the celestial lamp that carried people into the sky last night. Did you all see Li Xiannan riding the lantern and flying in the air last night? Of course I saw it. It was so exciting. I didn't expect Sir Li to really do what he said. With the power of a mortal, he flew in the sky. This kind of thing can only be seen in cultivation novels. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes last night. It's so amazing. Yeah, celestial flying on the night of the full moon. I was still wondering what this news meant. I didn't expect Li Xianren to give us such a big surprise. It's so unbelievable. Sigh. That's right. Did many students from our Hong, when school, go to Li Xianren's house the day before yesterday? They said that Li Xianren was exaggerating and deceiving the people. Gongsun Fei, were you one of them? Ah, no. Definitely not. I was at home the day before yesterday. Yes, at home. Cui Yunhan went. Cui Yunhan went. Everyone knows that. Furthermore, he's still in the Supreme Court now. 3. What I want to know is, did you really not go? Or did anyone else go? I really didn't go. Li Xianren is knowledgeable and upright. Why would I do such a wicked thing and embarrass our Hong when school? Damn, that bunch of people really disgraced our Hong when institute. Now, even the students of the directorate are laughing at us. Sigh. I didn't expect Cui Yunhan to be such a person. Imperial College. The students' discussions could be heard everywhere. They were even more enthusiastic than the students from the Hongwen School. This was because Li Zixuan was once a professor at the Imperial College. Because of this relationship, all the students felt proud of what happened yesterday. Ha ha ha. Li Sai is so amazing. He must have slapped the faces of those students from the Hong when school until they're swollen. Although Li Zixuan had resigned from his position as the Imperial College's secretary, many students from the Imperial College were still used to calling him Si. Perhaps this was also a form of nostalgia. Yes. Let's see who dares to jump out in the future. Whoever is not convinced, Li Sai will slap their faces. Ha, but Li Sai's sky lantern is really amazing. It can actually carry 2 people. Amazing! Good job, Li Sai. Previously, so many people suspected that Li Sai was advocating engineering, but I never doubted it, because the person who said those words was Li Sai. I believed that he could do it. Indeed, he didn't disappoint me last night. Do you guys know that Yanhuang College's entrance exam is next month? At this moment, it was unknown who said these words. Then, the classroom instantly quieted down. The originally excited expressions on everyone's faces froze. Gradually, some people's eyes began to flicker, but they didn't say anything. Clang, clang, clang. Coincidentally, at this moment, the bell for class rang. The students cleared their complicated thoughts, sat upright, and prepared for class. However, things were far from over. After school, at Chitsu Culture. Hey, Sita Chung, why are you here? A young man in a blue shirt said in surprise as he pointed at another person. Tai Ning, I'm here to buy a dictionary. Yes, I'm here to buy a dictionary for my little sister. Hey, speaking of which, why are you here? Huh? I'm here to buy a dictionary too. Why are you buying a dictionary? Don't tell me you're buying one for yourself. Besides, you don't have any siblings at home. The other student was speechless. He stuttered and couldn't come up with anything. Seeing this, the young man named Tai Ning's expression changed slightly. He leaned over to his companion's ear and whispered, "Are you here to buy mathematics textbooks?" Sidu Cheng's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a while, he said, "Are you here to buy mathematics textbooks too? I didn't hear you say you're going to Yanhuang College." Hey, you didn't say it either? If this kind of thing gets out, won't we have more competitors? What if we can't get in? I didn't expect you to be as cunning as me. *T. I'm afraid that if I say it, my dad will beat me up if he finds out. That can't be. Engineering is so popular now. Do you think your dad won't agree? That's hard to say. Sigh. But why are there so many people buying books here today? How would I know? Damn. Look, isn't that Chen Youfa? Damn, that kid is here too. Chapter 578. Li Zishuan's act of using the fairy lamp to carry a person into the sky could be considered as another wave of advertising for Yanhuang College and engineering. Furthermore, the effect of the advertising was several times better than the last time. The most direct manifestation of this was that the first volume of the new mathematics textbook sold out like crazy in Chitsu culture. 100 books were sold out in an instant, 200 books were sold out in an instant, and 500 books were sold out in an instant. In order to alleviate the pressure of Chitsu culture's traffic, Li Zishuan decisively decided to distribute the tens of thousands of new mathematics textbooks to the major booksellers in Chang and City at a price of 15% below the market price. In any case, he had never thought of using these textbooks to make money. It was fine as long as he didn't make a loss. Compared to making money, spreading the new mathematics textbook was obviously more important. In addition to the booming sales of mathematics textbooks, the number of applicants for Yanhuang College's entrance exam next month had also increased sharply. According to Ma Zhou's statistics, by noon today, the number of students who had signed up had increased from 100 yesterday to 800. Although there were millions of residents in Chang and City, how high could the percentage of people who were educated be expected to be, given the educational conditions of this era? Not even 1%. This was also one of the reasons why scholars in ancient times were always given preferential treatment. Today's Tang Daily's headlines were written by Ma Zhou himself. Ma Zhou did a comprehensive report on the fairy lamp carrying a person into the sky last night and enthusiastically praised the wonders of engineering. It was believed that with the Wang family's sales of today's newspaper to the various counties of Tang Dynasty, Li Zishuan's name would be known all over the world. Yanhuang College and engineering would also be planted in the hearts of the people. With time, this flame would eventually become a prairie fire that would burn the entire Tang dynasty. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan stayed at home to write teaching materials. Regarding the future plans of the Yanhuang Academy, he more or less had an idea. First of all, he had divided the entire academy into a middle school department and a university department, with each department having 3 years of study. If one were to look at it from the perspective of the modern education system, this arrangement of schooling was extremely unreasonable. In modern times, it would take at least 16 years to go from primary school to university. However, this was the ancient times, and young people usually had to start a family at the age of 14 or 15. If one were to blindly apply the modern education system, there would be very few people who could complete 16 years of schooling. Besides, Li Zishuan didn't plan to transfer all the things that were taught in modern education to Yanhuang College. For example, he didn't plan to include Chinese, English, ideological and moral character, art, music, politics, history, biology. If these were taught in ancient times, there would definitely be a big problem, and so on, which were more literary subjects. He didn't plan to include them in the curriculum of Yanhuang College in the future. In this way, the courses that the students of Yanhuang College had to learn would be less than half of what the modern students had to learn. Under a reasonable teaching arrangement, there was still hope to complete the popularization of the basic knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry in the first 3 years. In the second 3 years, it would complete the cultivation of the students who were interested in further study in the fields of engineering construction, precision machinery, sound, light, heat, and so on, which would open the door to a new world for them. As for whether they wanted to continue to study in depth in the future, they would have to rely on their own efforts. Li Zishuan only wanted to be a guide, not a knowledge repeater. This was because no one knew what kind of strange ideas the ancient people would have after they had the basic scientific knowledge of modern people. Perhaps even Li Zixuan, the guide, would be shocked. "Young master," someone from the palace came. "The master wants you to go out and greet them." Li Zixuan, who was writing the second volume of mathematics teaching materials, was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Shi's voice. "Okay, I'll go now." Li Zixuan raised his head and looked at Xiao Shi, who was blushing, then got up and went out of the room. But in his heart, he thought, "Ever since I took her for a walk in the sky last night, the way she looks at me seems to have become weird. She's also easily shy. Could it be?" Thinking of this, Li Zixuan stroked his chin in a smug manner, looking very pleased with himself. When he came to the front yard, he found out that Li Zixuan had sent someone to summon him. Li Zixuan quickly changed his clothes and went to the palace with the servant. After entering the palace so many times, Li Zixuan was not as nervous as before. However, he could not help but wonder if old Li was looking for trouble with him because of what happened last night. If that was the case, then he was really petty. Last night, he only took a few glances at the palace from afar. When he came to the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er was sitting at the top reading a book. Li Zixuan bowed, but Li Er pretended not to see it. It was as if there were 10,000 beauties in the book that attracted his eyes, making him unwilling to look at Li Zixuan. Seeing this situation, Li Zixuan was even more certain that Li Er called him over because of what happened last night. He wanted to show off his power in front of him. He secretly curled his lips, but did not show it on his face. He started to play the role of an obedient child. He stood below and did not say a word. "Oh, you're here." After about a quarter of an hour, Li Er seemed to have just noticed Li Zixuan's arrival. He put down his book and said lightly. Li Zixuan scolded old Li for being pretentious in his heart. However, he said, "Your humble servant greets Your Majesty. I wonder what Your Majesty has summoned this humble servant here for." Every word and action of this fellow was methodical. He was like an old fox who had been in the imperial court for decades. No one could find fault with him. Li Er's mouth twitched slightly. He did not answer but asked, "What have you been busy with recently?" "As the Crown Prince Zhanshi, I haven't seen you do anything in the East Palace. If it wasn't for me protecting you, you would have been impeached and sent to prison." Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. When others wanted to find fault with you, how could they find fault with you? However, after being promoted for so long, he only knew that the Crown Prince Zhanshi's rank was very high. He was a primary third rank. However, he had no idea what the Crown Prince Zhanshi was doing. "Why did you ask him to go to the East Palace?" Cough, cough. "Your Majesty, this humble servant has been busy with the construction of the academy, the hiring of teachers, and the compilation of teaching materials. I really have no time to work in the East Palace. This humble servant is suspected of dereliction of duty. Your Majesty, please punish me. Why don't this humble servant resign from the position of Crown Prince Zhanshi and appoint another worthy person?" After thinking for a moment, Li Zixuan took a step back in order to advance. He pretended to be in a bad mood and blamed himself. Li Er glared at him and said angrily, "Bastard, do you think you can resign from the official position that I gave you? It's understandable that you are busy with the academy. After all, you have put a lot of effort into it. However, after this matter is over, you have to take care of your duties in the East Palace. You hear me?" Chapter 579. The Crown Prince Zhanshi was mainly in charge of the Eastern Palace's internal affairs and cultural education. When Li Zixuan was first appointed to this position, Li Er had not expected him to be able to fulfill his duties. This was because Li Chengqian's education was being handled by the crown prince's right concubine-born son, Kong Yingda, and his left concubine-born son, Yu Jining. Li Zishuan's title as crown prince Zhanshi was more in name than reality. Li Er mainly wanted him to assist Li Chengqian in the future. At this time, Li Er still had high hopes for his son Li Chengqian. This subject thanks your majesty for your grace. Li Zishuan was happy. This test had indeed tested Li Er's attitude. It seemed like Li Er did not want to remove him from his position, but logically speaking, Li Zishuan had no intention of resigning. Although he wasn't a fan of official positions, he needed to have an official position to protect himself in this cannibalistic feudal society. The higher the rank, the better. This third-rank crown prince, Zhanshi, was just right. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan, who wanted to be proud but did not dare to be too proud. He was both angry and amused. He pondered for a while and said, "The Supreme Court had already found out some information from the scholar who led the attack on your house." When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately perked up. However, Li Er suddenly stopped talking. This made him very angry. He cursed old Li in his heart for not having little Chirpy. After waiting for a long while, Li Er continued, "That student is from Qinghe's Chui family's Zhengzhou branch's second branch. His name is Chui Yunhan. His grandfather is the East County Duke's younger brother. According to him, because he saw you wantonly advocating engineering studies, he felt that you were insulting the sage's studies. He felt indignant and wanted to gather a group of classmates to denounce you." Qinghe's Chui family? When Li Zishuan heard Chui Yunhan's identity, he was shocked in his heart, combined with the news of the aristocratic family gathering that Lung Yu Yao brought the day before. He finally had a rough idea of what happened. The aristocratic family had already made a move on him. But after hearing Chui Yunhan's confession, Li Zishuan could not help but frown. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. The truth is definitely not what Chui Yunhan said. All of my actions after leaving the mountain have harmed the aristocratic families and benefited the common people. Those aristocratic families all see me as a thorn in their side. If you say that Chui Yunhan's actions are only to protect the position of the Saint Academy, I will never believe it." Li Er said in annoyance, "Of course I know that kid is lying. Do I need you to teach me?" However, as Chui Zhanshi was the prefectural duke, the people of the Supreme Court could not punish his grandnephew without any evidence. However, the Supreme Court didn't come out empty-handed. They also found some other things. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't rush him. He could only stand there anxiously and wait for him to continue. The incident this time was less than a month apart from the time when Jiang Zuihua led a group of women to surround your house. Previously, I suspected that there should be some connection between the two cases. Thus, I let the Supreme Court officials try the two cases together. As expected, Jiang Zuihua testified that Chui Yunhan's figure and voice were very similar to the person who instigated her last time. Thus, Chui Yunhan has been detained by the Supreme Court and will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice to be convicted. After Li Er finished speaking, there was a trace of complacency in his expression. Li Zishuan felt that he should play the background music of Detective Conan for old Li. However, he felt that the previous case had nothing to do with this case, because the day before yesterday, Lung Yuyao brought news that during the gathering of the 5 aristocratic families, the one who went to the Chui family was Chui Xuanji. Your Majesty is wise and observant. I admire you, but I wonder how your Majesty intends to deal with it. Li Zishuan thought to himself. No matter if the previous incident was done by Chui Yunhan or not, this kid will definitely not be able to escape. I will kill him first. Li Er stared into Li Zishuan's eyes and asked, "How do you want me to deal with him?" A qualified and virtuous official would definitely say, "Your Majesty can decide at this moment." However, Li Zishuan was never a qualified and virtuous official. He said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, to be honest, ever since I decided to establish Yanhuang College and promote engineering, I have been running around everywhere for the college. Even so, the progress of the college is not satisfactory. The main reason is that in the process of building the college, there are always some people with bad intentions who want to harm me. In order to protect myself and my family, I am really tired of dealing with them. Therefore, if your Majesty feels that there is still a need for Yanhuang College to exist, or if your Majesty feels that engineering is still useful to my Tang Empire, I beg your Majesty to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, so that those demons and monsters will not affect me from spreading engineering." After saying so much, Li Zishuan wanted to use the name of engineering to make Chui Yunhan look bad in front of Li Er. With the fairy lamp and gunpowder, these two peerless artifacts, Li Zishuan felt that the bargaining chip on the side of engineering was enough. Furthermore, Li Er's relationship with the Shandong nobles was not good. This choice was not controversial for Li Er. Of course, Li Er would not choose to stand on the side of the nobles. Otherwise, he would not have personally ordered the imperial army to capture Chui Yunhan. The reason why he did that was because he placed great importance on engineering. At this moment, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You want me to kill Chui Yunhan? Tisk, you really dare to think about it. Let's not talk about Chui Yunhan being from the Chui clan of Qinghe. Just based on the crimes he committed, according to my Tang Empire law, he does not deserve to die. Do you want me to kill him just because he targeted you? If I really do that, how can I convince the masses?" Li Zishuan felt helpless. He thought for a while and said, "I was too reckless. However, Your Majesty, last time, the elder of 7 cultivators sect, Snake King, came down the mountain to kill me to avenge his disciple. According to my investigation, Snake King had been in seclusion in Snake Spirit Mountain for many years and rarely came down the mountain. A few months ago, I killed Flying Snake at Beimang Mountain's Bloodwind stronghold. There were very few people who knew about this matter. Snake King must have found out from some channels that I killed his disciple and came down the mountain to ambush me. I suspect that this matter is related to the nobles, or rather, the Chui clan. Your Majesty, please make a decision for me." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Li Er's eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the hall. After a while, he said, "Your suspicion is reasonable, but there is no proof. I will not let Chui Yunhan off easily. I will also send someone to warn the Chui clan. This matter ends here. If they still dare to do anything, I will definitely punish them. You can go back first." In the end, now is not the time to touch the Chui clan. Li Er sighed in his heart. Chapter 580. Feiji, do you have any brothers who are good at gathering information? After returning home from the palace, Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji into the house and asked. Pang Feiji was confused and replied, "Yes, I do. I have 2 men who are especially good at gathering information. Do you have any orders for me, Lord Ju?" Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Send them to investigate all the dirty things the Chui family has done in recent years. The more, the better. It's best if you can find evidence." Li Er had some misgivings about the aristocratic families and was unwilling to make a move against the Chui family. However, Li Zishuan wasn't willing to let them off just like that. Even if he couldn't get rid of this towering tree, he could at least make its roots fester a bit. Li Zishuan had never shown any mercy to those who had harmed him before, just like the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect. Pang Feiji was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Which Chui family is it, Lord Ju?" "The Chui family. From Qinghe." Boom. Pang Feiji felt his brain explode. The Chui family was a top aristocratic family that had lasted for thousands of years. In people's hearts, their status was even higher than that of the Li family. Now, Li Zishuan wanted him to investigate the Chui family. How could he not be shocked? After being stunned for a moment, Pang Feiji muttered, "Lord Ju, did I hear wrongly? You want to investigate the Chui family from Qinghe?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. Is there a problem?" Seeing Pang Feiji's unusually shocked expression, Li Zishuan went forward and patted his shoulder. He continued, "Feiji, you have to understand who has the final say in the world now. It's the emperor. The aristocratic families are just arrows at the end of their flight. Don't be afraid of them anymore." Pang Feiji swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, "I understand. Don't worry. Lord Ju, I will find a way to get this done." "Okay, go." Li Zishuan didn't believe that any of these rich and powerful families had a clean bottom. As long as Pang Feiji investigated seriously, he would definitely be able to find some dirty deeds done by the Chui family's disciples. East Duke's Mansion. "Uncle! Uncle! Oh no! Yunhan has been sent to Cheongzhou." In the afternoon, Chui Yunhan's father, Chui Simo, hurried to the backyard of the East County Duke's mansion. When he saw Chui Junchuo, who was enjoying the cool air under the corridor, he shouted anxiously. The Tang Dynasty established Chang, and as the capital, the development of the north was relatively good, while the development of the south was relatively poor. At this time, the main places of exile for prisoners were Hainan and Guangxi in the south. These places were rich in resources, inconvenient in transportation, and unsuitable for human habitation. The prisoners' lives were used to do dangerous work to speed up the local development. Chui Junchuo was shocked. He stood up shakily and said in disbelief, "How is that possible? The Supreme Judiciary just arrested Yunhan the day before yesterday. Even if they have evidence, they have to hand it over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. How can it be so fast?" Chui Simo said with a sad face, "It's true, Uncle. I asked a few friends from the Supreme Judiciary to take care of Yunhan. According to them, the Supreme Judiciary held a joint trial yesterday for Yunhan and Jiang Cuihua, who instigated the women to cause trouble in Li Zishuan's house. Jiang Cuihua, that be *TCH, slandered my son Yunhan and the mastermind behind the scenes who bribed her previously. Their voices and figures are exactly the same. Therefore, the Supreme Judiciary officially arrested Yunhan yesterday and prepared to hand him over to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. However, just now, I received news from the Supreme Judiciary that the Emperor has decreed that Yunhan will be sent to Cheongzhou and will not be able to enter the imperial court as an official for the rest of his life. Uncle, you have to save Yunhan. He has been wronged. The previous incident had nothing to do with him." When Chui Junchuo heard this, he was both shocked and stunned at the same time. He never thought that the crime of Chui Xuanji bribing Jiang Cuihua to wreak havoc in the Li residence would ultimately fall onto Chui Yunhan. He closed his eyes and seriously thought about it. If he didn't think about it, he wouldn't know. But when he thought about it, he was shocked. He compared Chui Xuanji and Chui Yunhan's voices and figures in his memory, and realized that they were 80% similar. No wonder Jiang Cuihua would identify Chui Yunhan as the mastermind. Now that things had come to this, It was already out of Chui Junchuo's control. Now that there were witnesses and evidence, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to reverse the case for Chui Yunhan unless he told the imperial court that the mastermind behind the chaos in the Li residence was Chui Xuanji. However, was it worth it? That way, although it would reduce Chui Yunhan's crime, it would also cause another descendant of the Chui family to be implicated. Furthermore, it would be the most outstanding youngster of the third generation. Chui Junchuo would never allow such a situation to happen. Chui CMO did not know about the previous incident. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he would betray Chui Xuanji in order to save his son. For the Chui family, he could only a trace of determination flashed across Chui Junchuo's eyes. He looked at Chui CMO and said in a deep voice, "I had already arranged a meeting with 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Justice tomorrow to ask them to make an exception. However, I did not expect the emperor to place such importance on this case and convict Yunhan in such a short time. Now that the emperor has issued the imperial edict, and the evidence is irrefutable, no matter how hard I try, it will be in vain. So, CMO, you had better make plans early and arrange for some people to go to Cheongzhou to take care of Yunhan." Chui CMO was stunned on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, "No, uncle, Yunhan is also your nephew. She couldn't ruin his future because of such a small matter. Please help him. Don't you know Minister Li? Ask him to plead for leniency for Yunhan." Patriarch, the imperial edict is here. The eunuch who delivers the imperial edict is waiting outside. At this moment, a servant ran in a panic and reported with a bow. Chui Junchuo's expression changed abruptly. Then he said to Chui CMO, "Take care of yourself. The Chui family is no longer the same as before. If you don't wake up now, sooner or later, you will follow in Yunhan's footsteps." After saying that, he snorted and left in a huff. When Chui CMO heard that, he knew that this matter had really reached the point of no return. When he thought that his only son was going to be exiled to a barren land thousands of miles away, even though he was a man in his 40s, he could not help but feel sad, and his eyes turned red. "Yunhan, my son, I have let you down. Uncle, you are so cruel." The person Chui CMO was complaining about in his heart had already arrived at the front yard. When he saw the eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict, his pupils suddenly shrank. His already stooped back bent even lower. If one looked carefully, one could see that his body was still trembling slightly. Chapter 581. Steward Zhao, why have you come personally? East County Duke's mansion. The person who came to deliver the imperial edict was Zhao Song. Although this person did not have any rank, he was the person closest to the center of power of the Tang Empire. No one dared to ignore him. Furthermore, Chui Junchuo had just heard the news of Chui Yunhan being exiled to Cheongzhou, and Zhao Song, the head eunuch, came with the imperial edict. Even a fool would know that the Chui family was in big trouble. I'm here to see the grand courtyard of the East County Duke's mansion. I wonder if the East County Duke has been well recently? Zhao Song's face was full of smiles, but his smile did not make people happy. Perhaps this was the so-called, "there is a knife hidden in a smile." When Chui Junchuo heard Zhao Song's words, his expression froze completely. After a long silence, he said, "Thank you for your concern, Steward Zhao. I'm well." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Song sighed and said, "But His Majesty has not been well recently. There are always some people who don't want to live a peaceful life and insist on doing shameful things in the dark. These people think that they are doing it secretly and no one will find out. But they don't know that if they don't want anyone to know, they shouldn't do it in the first place. His Majesty is watching. After saying that, Zhao Song stared at Cui Junchuo meaningfully without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The panic in Cui Junchuo's eyes disappeared in a flash. Then, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. This kind of person is really hateful. His Majesty is diligent and loves the people. He has a lot of things to deal with every day, but he still has to worry about this kind of person. I am greatly indebted to His Majesty, but I can't share His Majesty's burdens and find out those evil people in the dark. I am ashamed to face His Majesty. As he spoke, Cui Junchuo's tears flowed down. Looking at him, anyone would think that he was a rare loyal minister. Zhao Song's expression did not change, as if he did not hear Cui Junchuo's words at all. Cui Junchuo expressed his feelings for a long time, but he did not receive any response from Zhao Song. If he knew that a clown was a creature, he would definitely feel that he was a clown now. Cough, cough. The atmosphere was awkward for a while, and Cui Junchuo finally couldn't help but get to the point. I wonder why Steward Zhao is here today? Zhao Song's expression turned solemn. He stepped forward and said, His Majesty ordered me to come. His Majesty wants me to say a few words to you. Cui Junchuo hurriedly said, Then this old man will order people to set up the incense table to welcome the imperial edict. Zhao Song said, There's no need. I'm just here to pass on a few verbal instructions from His Majesty. I don't have an imperial edict with me. East Commandery Duke, just listen to me. Cui Junchuo's heart was beating very fast. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Chief, please speak. This old man is all ears. Zhao Song smiled and said, I've just finished what His Majesty wanted to say to the prefectural duke. I have to return to the palace now. Take care. After saying that, he didn't care whether Cui Junchuo reacted or not and directly left. Are you done? That's it. He just said that if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Could it be that His Majesty already knows about the Snake Spirit Mountain? Cui Junchuo stared at Zhao Song's back as he left and muttered. His face had never been so pale, and he seemed to have aged a lot. Cui Yunhan has been exiled to Cheongzhou. In the evening, at the Li residence, Li Zishuan widened his eyes and looked at Brother Ji in front of him as he asked in shock. He still had some basic knowledge of history. He knew that the Cheongzhou of this era was completely different from the Cheongzhou of his previous life. With the current level of transportation, it would be good if Cui Yunhan could reach Cheongzhou alive. Even if he was still alive, the rest of his life would be wasted. Logically speaking, being exiled to that place was no different from being beheaded. Pang Feiji nodded excitedly and said, Lord Zhu, this is absolutely true. Jiang Cuihua has also been exiled to Cheongzhou. With these two as examples, I'll see who dares to cause trouble in the residence in the future. Not bad, not bad. Li Zishuan stood up with satisfaction and paced around the room. He didn't expect Li Er to be so ruthless and not give the Cui family any face. It seemed that what he said in front of Li Er in the afternoon had taken effect. Looks like old Li still cares a lot about his work. This way, I can save a lot of trouble in the future. Li Zishuan thought proudly in his heart. Unlike the other emperors in the future, Li Er had a strong personality and was very opinionated. Once he made up his mind to protect someone, as long as that person didn't look for trouble, they would usually be safe. Lord Zhu, then should we continue investigating the Cui family? Pang Feiji asked tentatively. After following Li Zishuan for so long, Chicken Bro understood Li Zishuan very well. He guessed that when Li Zishuan asked him to investigate the Cui family, it was mainly because of the results given by Li Er. Li Zishuan might not be satisfied, but looking at Li Zishuan now, it was obvious that he was satisfied with the results given by Li Er. That was why he asked this question. Li Zishuan muttered, "Let's investigate. Let's not talk about other things first. I'm also very curious if the Chui family has done any dirty things in recent years." Although Chui Yunhan was crippled, Li Zishuan wasn't completely relieved. After all, the Chui family was a millennium-old family. Who knew if the other party would play any tricks again? He had to prepare the black material first, so that he could be prepared when he needed to use it in the future. Yes, Lord Ju. Pang Feiji scratched his head. Although he didn't understand what Li Zishuan was thinking, he still obeyed the order and agreed. Hey, did you hear? Chui Yunhan has been exiled to Cheongzhou. In front of the Hongwen Library, a group of students who had just finished school were walking in groups of 3 to 5. One of the students suddenly said, "How is that possible? Chui Yunhan had only been in the Supreme Court for less than 3 days. How could he be convicted so quickly?" "Yeah, Dongfang Ruo, where did you get this unreliable news?" "It's true. My father is the head of the Supreme Court. How can the news I got be fake? I heard that Her Majesty personally issued an imperial edict to exile Chui Yunhan to Cheongzhou. He can't be an official for the rest of his life. And Jiang Tsuehua, who started the trouble at Li Xiannan's house, was also exiled to Cheongzhou. Her Majesty is... Looks like I can't say bad things about Gongxue in the future. Her Majesty is obviously supporting Li Xiannan. TSK. Luckily, I didn't cause trouble that day. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to live in fear every day?" The punishment that Li Er gave Chui Yunhan could not be said to be light. To a scholar, their greatest wish was to obtain scholarly honors and enter the imperial court. And now, with Chui Yunhan as an example, all of them could not help but feel fear in their hearts. From this aspect, the goal of punishing the chicken to warn the monkey had been completely achieved. Chapter 582. How was it? What was Chui Junchuo's reaction after hearing those words? In the Ganlu Palace, after dealing with the last memorial, Li Er raised his head and asked Zhao Song. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty," the East County Duke said, "His Majesty is diligent and loves the people, but he still has to work hard for such a villain. He is deeply indebted to the Emperor, but he can't share the Emperor's worries and find out the demons and monsters in the dark. He is ashamed to face the Emperor." "Humph, old man." Li Er snorted angrily. Zhao Song glanced at Li Er cautiously and didn't dare to answer. After a while, Li Er asked again, "Is there anything unusual about his expression?" Zhao Song pursed his lips and said, "There's nothing too obvious." Li Er smiled and said, "Oh, then there's something unusual. I'm not very sure, so I don't dare to jump to conclusions." Li Er stood up and pointed at Zhao Song. Zhao Song, after so many years, you're still so cautious. Don't worry and say it boldly. I'll make the final decision in my heart." Only then did Zhao Song tell the truth. "Your Majesty, when I said if you don't want others to know about it, don't do it in the first place, I clearly saw Duke Dong's eyelids twitch twice. Also, with all due respect, with my many years of experience, there was panic and uneasiness in the East County Duke's eyes, but it was fleeting." Li Er's face sank, and he frowned. This old man really has something up his sleeve. At this moment, Li Er remembered that during the day, Li Zishuan said that the reason why the 7 cultivators sect Snake King came down the mountain to avenge his disciple was probably because the aristocratic family deliberately released the news to kill with a borrowed knife. He asked Zhao Song to go to Chui Junchuo's residence to test it out. Now, looking at the situation, the Chui family probably played some dishonorable role in it. The reason why Li Er came to this conclusion was mainly because he believed in the observation skills of a master. Although Chui Junchuo was an old fox, Xiao Song's eyesight was also good. Send someone to keep an eye on him. If he doesn't behave, then I can only... The next day, East Market of Chang and City Huji Grain Store. Shopkeeper Shun, last month, our grain store still had 1,500 strings of coins left. Among them, the Yun family in Yongning Square had 200 strings of coins. The Chow family's restaurant had 370 strings of coins. The Su family in Anqing Square had 215 strings of coins. The Zhu family in Chonghua Square had 300 strings of coins. The Hu family's restaurant had 280 strings of coins. And the Miao family in Changsha Square had 135 strings of coins. Here, I've written these accounts for you. You can have someone check them later. Meng Wenhao picked up an account book, walked to the counter in front of the grain store, and handed it to an old man in a scholarly robe. The old man took the account book, nodded, and said, "Hey, little brother Meng, this old man can rest assured that you're the one who did the accounting. But are you leaving now? Do you want to tell young mistress?" Meng Wenhao hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no need. I've already told young master and young mistress earlier. Thank you for taking care of me for the past month." Wenhao is very grateful. The old man waved his hand and said, "Ha, little brother Meng, you're too polite. It's your own ability that's great. This old man didn't help you with anything." Although he said that, from the expression on the old man's face, he still enjoyed Meng Wenhao's compliment. "Shopkeeper Shun, you're too modest. Since the work here has been handed over, then Wenhao will take his leave." Meng Wenhao bowed, then put away the package and prepared to go out. "Meng Wenhao, stop right there." At this moment, a delicate voice came from outside the house. Then, a girl in a light pink dress, slightly plump and with a passable appearance, walked in. Then, she looked at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes and said, "Meng Wenhao, are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you not want to see me that much?" Meng Wenhao's footsteps stopped, and the expression on his face was extremely awkward. He murmured, "Young Mistress Hu, you're here. Call me Qingwan." The girl snorted and said with dissatisfaction, "Meng Wenhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Could it be that someone here made you unhappy, or are you not satisfied with your current salary?" Hearing what she said, the shopkeepers and workers in the grain store all kept quiet out of fear. Then they looked at Meng Wenhao anxiously, afraid that this young man would say something he shouldn't. Meng Wenhao waved his hands and said, "No, no, I'm very happy here. Shopkeeper Shun and the others take good care of me, and Squire who gives me a very high salary. There's nothing I'm dissatisfied with." After he said that, the shopkeepers and workers all breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Qingwan frowned and said, "Since you're happy here and satisfied with your salary, then why do you still want to leave?" After saying that, the girl put her hands on her small waist. She put her hands on her waist and took a step forward, looking at Meng Wenhao with burning eyes, with an aggressive posture. Meng Wenhao timidly took 2 steps back and said, "Young Mistress Hu, Qingwan, I'm very grateful to you, and Squire Hu for giving me such a high salary, but it's already August. I came here to be an accountant just to help reduce my mother's burden. Although I made a lot of money, I missed a lot of things because of it. Meng Wenhao, am a disciple of Mr. Li, and I'm studying engineering. Yanhuang College started construction more than a month ago, and the students from the School of Mathematics all went to Yinshan to help, but I couldn't go. Now that school is about to start. I have to go back to Yinshan to help. So I can only leave." Hu Qingwan pouted her small mouth. holding the belt of her skirt with her hand, and hesitantly said, Then after you leave the college, you don't have me in your heart. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing that, old man Shun's face turned red, and he coughed violently. Then he waved at the workers in the grain store, who were gossiping, and scolded, What are you all standing here for? Come with me to move the grain. Let's go, let's go. The workers suddenly understood, and under Old Man Shun's lead, they all left the grain store. Before Old Man Shun left, he even considerately closed the door. Seeing that, Hu Qingwan also knew that she had misspoken, and her face quickly turned red. However, although she was shy, she still raised her head and looked directly into Meng Wenhao's eyes. Meng Wenhao was sweating profusely. This was the first time someone had confessed to him, and he didn't feel any better. His face was even redder than Hu Wanqing's. After hemming and hawing for a long time, Meng Wenhao opened his mouth and said, Qingwan, I'm very grateful for the care you and Minister who have given me during this period of time, but I don't intend to consider a romantic relationship right now. Your feelings, Hu Qingwan didn't wait for Meng Wenhao to finish and interrupted him. It's okay. If you don't consider it now, I can wait. Meng Wenhao rubbed his eyebrows, and his face was full of speechlessness. For more than a month, he was indeed very happy to be able to use what he learned to earn money, but this girl in front of him was his nightmare for the past month, and it made him very distressed. Chapter 583. Brother, Meng Wenhao left. Help me persuade him. Xinghua Square, Hu family. Hu Qingwan went straight to the backyard after returning from the grain store in the East Market. She found her brother, Hu Yuanbao, and said angrily, looking at her, her confession just now must have failed. Oh, Meng Wenhao. Little sister, who is Meng Wenhao? Has he formed his core? A plump and fair man was lying on a bamboo bed, reading the Tang Dynasty daily. From afar, he looked like a pile of fat meat on the bed. When he heard Hu Qingwan's complaint, he casually replied, That's right. Core. Core formation? What core? Hu Qingwan, who was angry, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard these inexplicable words and asked in confusion. Hu Yuanbao felt that he had misspoken and coughed dryly. Ahem. Nothing. I'm saying that Han Li is about to break through to the core formation stage. He hadn't read A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality for a few days, so he planned to start reading it today. Just as he was reading it with relish, Hu Qingwan angrily came to find him. Therefore, before his mind could break away from the novel, he subconsciously replied to her. Hu Yuanbao. There was always a price to pay for being willful, and Hu Yuanbao thoroughly experienced it at this moment. After figuring out what core formation was, Hu Qingwan yelled angrily, which resounded throughout the Hu family's courtyard. The birds on the branches flapped their wings and fled in fright. Hu Yuanbao, I'm talking business with you. Can you not just stay at home and read novels all day long? Can you? Hu Yuanbao was so scared that his cheeks were trembling. He hurriedly said, Little sister, that's Big Brother's fault. You have something to say. Combined with Hu Qingwan's description of him just now, if he was in the modern world, he would definitely be a fat otaku. Hu Qingwan snorted angrily. Meng Wenhao is gone. Help me keep him. Hu Yuanbao scratched his head in distress and asked weakly, Ahem, little sister, I forgot who Meng Wenhao is. You didn't mention it just now. Hu Qingwan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down a few times. Meng Wenhao is the new accountant of our family's grain store. Say, Daddy asked you to help take care of the family business, but you didn't listen. Do you know how long it's been since you went out? You don't even know who your own accountant is. Hu Yuanbao licked his lips and walked over to grab Hu Qingwan's arm. Ha ha, don't we still have you, little sister? You and Dad are enough for those businesses. Bullshit. I'm going to get married in a few years' time. Won't the family business that Father earned still have to be passed to you? If you don't worry about it now, I'll see what you'll do in a few years. Hu Qingwan broke free from Hu Yuanbao's fat hands and cursed angrily with her hands on her hips. Hu Yuanbao shrunk his neck and said gloomily, "Sigh, annoying. Let's talk about these things later. Little sister, you just said that Meng Wenhao is our accountant. Since the accountant left, we can just find another one. In Chong and City, there are at least 800 people who know how to do accounts." Hu Qingwan stomped her feet angrily and said, No, I like Meng Wenhao. You have to help me find a way to keep him. Even though Hu Yuanbao was used to his sister's outspoken words, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this sentence. He was stunned for a while before he said, "That, little sister, didn't you say that you would wait a few years before getting married? If you have someone you like, wouldn't I have to help Dad manage the store a few years in advance? Little sister, do me a favor and give me a few more years." Hu Yuanbao, I'm going to kill you. Changle, Chengqian, why are you here? On this afternoon, Li Zixuan had just returned from the workshop when he saw the two siblings, Li Chengqian and Li Lizzie, coming over. Changle was talking to Han Yushi, but Li Chengqian awkwardly didn't have anything to talk about. His eyes kept looking outside. When he saw Li Zixuan return, Li Chengqian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called out, "Little Xian, you're finally back." "Husband, brother little Xian." Han Yushi and Changle looked over and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement. He walked into the front hall, and everyone sat down again. Li Zixuan asked again, "Chengqian, Changle, why are you here today?" Li Chengqian opened his mouth to answer, but Changle beat him to it and said, "I'm here to chat with Sister Yushi. I haven't seen her for a long time, so I wanted to come over and take a look. It's quite boring to stay in the palace." "Ha ha, looks like you're embarrassed to say it. Then I'll help you say it." At this time, Li Chengqian laughed loudly and interrupted, "Xiao Xian, Changle wants to sit in your celestial lamp, so I brought her here. I didn't see you here, so I wanted to sit for a while before returning to the palace. I didn't expect you to come back." Changle's cheeks heated up, and she said angrily, "Brother Crown Prince, you're talking nonsense. Didn't you want to sit too? Otherwise, why would you be so kind to bring Changle over?" Li Zixuan smiled and waved his hand. "Ha ha, it's okay, since you want to sit, then go ahead. It's not like it's a rare item. But didn't I already give the blueprint of the fairy lamp to His Majesty earlier? Calculating the time, the craftsmen who will be supervising can make 1 or 2 fairy lamps by themselves." Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "They can make it, but how can the fairy lamp they make be as stable as yours? Little Xian, your fairy lamp has been used for several days without any accidents, so I came over with Changle." Qingke originally said that she wanted to come over, but Yan Xiaoning called her to Yunshan. Li Zixuan suddenly understood and nodded. "Okay, Chengqian, Changle, follow me to the west courtyard. The fairy lamp is over there." The siblings nodded happily. After Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan had returned to entertain the 2 second-generation emperors, she went to do her own things and didn't follow him. Hey, little Xian, don't untie this rope." When they arrived at the west courtyard, Li Zixuan was about to untie the long rope binding the fairy lamp when Li Chengqian hurriedly stopped him. "Why? If I don't untie this thing, how will the fairy lamp fly away later?" Li Zixuan was puzzled. Li Chengqian explained, "Just Fly above your house. There's no need to fly out. Also, don't fly around on the fairy lamp like on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. As far as I know, Father won't like it. The general idea was, don't do that. Father won't like it. Lisa Schwan was speechless. Chapter 584. All right, then both of you can come up together. Lisa Schwan already knew that Li'er didn't like fairy lamps flying everywhere. Otherwise, Li'er wouldn't have given him a hard time at the beginning. While cursing Li'er's stinginess in his heart, Lisa Schwan checked the fairy lamp and said to Li Chengqian and Li Lizzie, Xiao Xian, aren't you coming up? Li Chengqian was slightly startled. He looked at the unfamiliar fairy lamp and asked weakly. Although he had seen this thing before, he didn't know how to operate it. If some unknown malfunction occurred in the sky, wouldn't he and Changle be dead? Changle also looked at Lisa Schwan with some worry, but she didn't question him. Lisa Schwan asked curiously, Of course I'll go up. If I don't go up, how can this fairy fly into the sky? Li Chengqian opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, Then why are you asking us to go up together? This thing can only hold 2 people at most, right? Lisa Schwan was speechless. Who told you that this fairy lamp can only hold 3 people? There were 4 people on it last night. It's okay, come up together. After saying that, he took the lead and walked up, waving at the siblings. Li Chengqian was skeptical. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, No. It's better to do it one by one. This way, even if the fairy lamp malfunctions, you can still save Xiao Xian. Changle, you go up first. Changle nodded and said, Okay. Then the little girl walked happily to the fairy lamp. Lisa Schwan said helplessly, Okay, then let's do it one by one. However, he muttered in his heart, the richer and more powerful people are indeed afraid of death. After a series of operations, the celestial lamp slowly rose into the sky. Because there was a rope between the bamboo basket and the ground, the celestial lamp could only rise up to the height of a 4- or 5-story building. Moreover, the flying range was limited to the western courtyard. Facing the afternoon breeze, Lisa Schwan's exhausted body and mind were greatly relaxed at this moment as he looked at the 108 streets of Chang, and in picturesque disorder. If it weren't for Changle and Li Chengqian beside him, he would definitely roar a few times to relax. The main thing was that there were too many things to do recently. Lisa Schwan had never felt so tired, mentally and physically. Wow, Chang, and city looks so beautiful from the sky. It's so beautiful. After the fairy lamp stabilized, Changle walked to the edge of the bamboo basket and held it. She couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the scenery below. The sun's reflection on her pink palace dress made her look like a fairy princess who had just come out of the palace. She was beautiful and beautiful. That's right. In this world, I'm afraid there's no city more beautiful than Chang. And when Lisa Schwan heard this, he sighed faintly and said, Those who were born in this era were very lucky. Those who were born in this era and in Chang and were extremely lucky. They sat in the world's #1 city and enjoyed the protection of the most powerful empire in the world. Wherever they went, they could hold their heads high and not be bullied. But now, he, a person with a modern soul, had inexplicably entered this time and space. Everything he did now would speed up the Tang Empire's path to invincibility. Although it was a little tiring, it was all worth it. After the academy was built, he would be much more relaxed. Brother Xiao Xian, have you been to many places? Changle turned around and asked crisply. Lisa Schwan shook his head and said, No, I don't like to travel. but I've heard my master talk about many interesting places. Oh, Changle nodded and looked at the bulging ball-shaped canopy above her head. Suddenly, she asked, Brother Xiaoxian, if we let this celestial lamp fly all the way up, will we fly to the moon? Then we'll be able to see Fairy Chang. Li Zixuan was amused by her childish words and couldn't help but laugh. How is that possible? The moon is at least a few 100,000 miles away from us. How can we fly to the moon with this little celestial lamp? Also, we won't be able to breathe on the moon. We'll suffocate to death. Changle opened her mouth in shock and said in disbelief, Ah, that's so far. And according to what Brother Xiaoxian said, how does Fairy Chang live on the moon? Don't deities need to breathe? Ha! There are no deities in this world. Chang is just an ancient legend. There's nothing on the moon either. It's just a lonely rock without any life. Brother Xiaoxian, you know so much. No, Wonder Father is always praising you. Li Zixuan was stunned. Is that so? His Majesty praises me? Logically speaking, it was good enough that Li Er didn't insult him. Why would he praise him? If the person who said that wasn't Changle, he would definitely slap her. He. Although Father is strict on the surface, he knows who is virtuous and who is mediocre. It's just that he won't say it in front of you. Brother Xiaoxian, don't be fooled by Father's appearance. Changle giggled and winked playfully. She was extremely adorable. Li Zixuan couldn't help but smile and say, Ha! If His Majesty knew that Changle told me all this, he would definitely be sad. Changle was slightly embarrassed. She just smiled and stared blankly at the scenery under the bamboo basket. However, she didn't continue the conversation. After a while, Li Zixuan suddenly asked, Changle, aren't you afraid to look down from such a high place? In ancient times, there were no airplanes or tall buildings with more than 10 or 20 floors. Most people wouldn't be able to adapt to such a high place for the first time. However, Changle was completely unaffected when she came up. It was really rare. Changle squinted her eyes and smiled. I'm not afraid, because I know that even if I fall from here, Brother Xiaoxian will definitely be able to save me. Her smiling face and confident expression made her look like a little fairy. She had a huge charm that made people lose themselves in her. Ugh. After a while, Li Zixuan shook his head and forcibly broke free from his obsession. He secretly thought that this little lowly had a lot of charm. Then he touched his nose and said resentfully, Ha! Changle, you really think highly of me. Changle smiled and turned around without saying anything. However, her eyes flashed with unconcealable joy. Chapter 585. The next day, after Li Zixuan finished his breakfast, he arrived at the Cloud Mountain early in the morning. However, he unexpectedly saw an unexpected person. Wenhao? When did you come? Shouldn't you be at Huji Grain Store? Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Meng Wenhao, who had disappeared for a long time, in Yan Xiaoning's temporary office. The last time he came to Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan had invited a group of students from the School of Mathematics for a meal. He had heard a few students mention Meng Wenhao. They said that he was working as a bookkeeper in a grain shop to earn money to support his family. That was why he didn't come to Cloud Mountain with them. Li Zixuan understood that at that time. In his previous life, he had also worked during the holidays, so he didn't blame Meng Wenhao for this. Sir, you're here. I just came the day before yesterday. I'm a little late. Please don't blame me. Meng Wenhao saw Li Zixuan coming in and quickly stood up to greet him excitedly. However, Yan Xiaoning interrupted in annoyance. Look at your students. All of them are more active than you. A few days ago, someone was sitting on a fairy lamp and walking around Chang and City. How carefree. Li Zixuan was speechless. I was just proving to everyone that I wasn't bragging, okay? It's not for my personal enjoyment. To a certain extent, I was also doing it for the future development of Yanhuang College. Yan Shouting curled his lips. Fine, fine, fine. You're the only one with such twisted logic. But speaking of which, your student is really good. Not only is he good at accounting, but he's also very charming. Li Zixuan was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Meng Wenhao's face was red as he quickly said, "Nothing, Commander Yan. Please don't say it. This is something to be proud of. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yan Shouting patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and laughed. Then he said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, you still don't know, right? After you went to Huji Grain Store, not only did you beat their 4 bookkeepers in mathematics, but you also almost kidnapped their eldest daughter when you left." TSK, TSK. Li Zixuan was taken aback and asked with great interest, "Oh, there was such a thing. Shouting, quickly tell me about it." After saying that, this guy quickly moved a stool over and sat in front of Yan Shouting. He looked like he was eager to hear some gossip. He didn't look like a gentleman at all. Meng Wenhao's eyelids twitched as he watched. He was speechless. Yan Shouting, on the other hand, was used to Li Zixuan's impulsive personality. He also sat down and began to tell Li Zixuan about Meng Wenhao's romantic affairs. Thus, the 2 men in the room began to gossip while the half-grown young man was sitting awkwardly at the side. After a few minutes, Li Zixuan understood the whole story. He stood up and laughed. "Wenhao, you're really something. You haven't even graduated, and you've already learned how to flirt. Ha ha. Not bad, not bad." Meng Wenhao was embarrassed. Although he didn't know what flirting meant, he could roughly guess. He muttered, "Sir, I just want to use what I've learned to earn some pocket money. I don't intend to provoke anyone." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Ha ha, you don't have to explain to me. I still believe in your character. But why didn't you accept the eldest daughter of the Hu family?" This. Meng Wenhao scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't know how to answer. Li Zixuan looked at Yan Shouting and asked, "Is it because of her appearance?" Shouting, "What does the eldest daughter of the Hu family look like?" Yan Shouting held back his laughter and said, "Her facial features are all right. It's just that her figure is slightly plump. There's nothing bad about it." "Oh," Li Zixuan replied with a meaningful, "Oh." Meng Wenhao quickly said, "Sir, it's not because of her appearance. It's just that I'm still young and haven't considered marriage." Yan Shouting curled his lips and said, "Tisk, pretentious. If it wasn't because of her appearance, then it would be weird." "Oh, right." Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Shouting, don't you like girls with plump figures?" He remembered that many books in his previous life wrote that the Tangs viewed plump people as beautiful. Logically speaking, since Miss whose facial features weren't bad and her figure was slightly plump, such a girl should be more popular nowadays. But looking at them now, it was obviously not the case. Yan Shouting said in disdain, "Go. Who said that I like girls with plump figures? I don't see you like girls like that. Why do we have to like them? Wenhao, do you like girls like that?" Meng Wenhao hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Li Zixuan sweated and thought to himself, "Did I remember wrongly again?" He didn't remember wrongly, he was just misled. In his previous life, the saying that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful had been around for a long time and was widely spread. Some experts, after some research, asserted that the Tangs did view plump women as beautiful. They also pointed out several reasons why the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful. The Tang's economy was prosperous, and people had the means to eat well and wear warm clothes to maintain healthy and plump bodies. The Tang's culture was open and inclusive, and they were generous and fat. The Tang's Xianbei bloodline and the Tang's royal family made them innately fond of women with strong bodies. In reality, this saying was wrong, or at least not accurate. The reason why people thought that the Tangs viewed plump women as beautiful was mainly based on Yang Guifei's body shape and the images of women in the Tang's palace paintings and paintings. In fact, as long as one looked carefully at the famous Tang's Yan Liben's walking carriage painting and Zhou Fang's flower hairpin painting, it was not difficult to find that the palace maids and ladies in the paintings were not plump at all. The 9 palace maids in the walking carriage painting clustered around Li Shimin as they walked slowly. Some were carrying the carriage, some were holding umbrellas, and some were holding fans. They all seemed to have some strength, and were definitely not sickly beauties who could not stand a gust of wind. However, looking at their figures, they were all quite slender. The women in the flower hairpin painting were probably of noble status and slightly older. Their figures were slightly plump, but their standing posture was graceful and graceful, as light as the spring breeze brushing the willows. There was no doubt that their figures could be described with the word slender. Regarding Yang Guifei, there were records in the literature that she was fat and afraid of heat. For example, the legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao said that she was fat and hot until summer. However, Yang Guifei's fat body was definitely not as plump as people said today. At most, he had some muscles, which was what the outside biography of Yang Taizhen called just a little bit of muscle. A person who was good at dancing the rainbow-colored feather dance was her representative work, would definitely do a lot of physical exercises, so it was normal to have a bit of muscle. Yang Guifei's fear of heat was actually not because she was fat, but because of her physique. According to the legacy of Kaiyuan Tianbao, Yang Guifei often went to the back garden in the early hours of the morning to suck on the flower due to moisten her throat. In order to moisten her lungs, Yang Guifei would have a piece of cool jade fish in her mouth every day in the summer. Moreover, there were no historical records that showed that Yang Guifei was favored by Emperor Ming of the Tang Dynasty because she was fat or plump. According to the old and new Tang books about Yang Guifei was favored mainly because of her good aptitude. Specifically, it included good at singing and dancing, good at music, wise and alert, welcoming and understanding, the new Tang book. That was, she had literary skills, was smart, and understood others. In addition, poet Saint Du Fu described in the poem Beauty's Walk, her posture is deep and true, her skin is delicate, and even, that was gorgeous, dignified, temperament and delicate skin. In reality, Emperor Ming of the Tang Dynasty did not appreciate Yang Guifei's muscles. According to the biography of Yang Taizhen, Emperor Ming of the Tang Dynasty was reading the biography of Emperor Cheng of Han in the Baihua courtyard. After Yang Guifei saw it, she asked him what he was reading. Emperor Ming of the Tang Dynasty smiled and said, "Don't ask. You will feel bad if you know." Yang Guifei snatched the book and saw that it said, Emperor Cheng of Han obtained the flying swallow, and his body was light and unable to withstand the wind. Fearing that he was floating, the emperor made a crystal plate and ordered the palace servants to dance and dance. At this time, Emperor Ming of the Tang Dynasty joked with her and said, "You can withstand the wind more than her." Yang Guifei was not convinced and confidently expressed that her rainbow-colored feather dance surpassed Zhao Fian's. When Li Bai was enshrined in Hanlin, he was ordered to write 3 songs of purity and peace to praise Yang Guifei's beauty and the life in the palace at that time. The second one was dedicated to Yang Guifei's beauty, a stick of red dew and fragrance, the clouds, and rain Wushan heartbroken. Who in the Han Palace can be like her? Poor Flying Swallow is wearing new makeup. In the poem, Yang Guifei was compared to a peony and Zhao Fian. If Yang Guifei was really a fat person, she could form a sharp contrast with Zhao Fian. Then, this comparison would be a mockery and disobedience. It was very likely that Yang Guifei herself also admired Zhao Fian and was willing for others to compare her to Zhao Fian. It was said that Yang Guifei had the nickname of Fat Maid, which was very likely a curse from people who were jealous and hated her, such as Concubine Mei. From this, it could be seen that people at that time did not view fat as beauty. The most interesting were two lines of Bai Ji's poem. A fat horse walks fast, a prostitute sings and dances. 3 poems with feelings. Fat horses are beautiful. The 6 horses of Zhaoling are all fat and strong, but thin and tall prostitutes are beautiful. Being fat is an unforgivable flaw for prostitutes. The famous poet Du Mu met a fat prostitute in Shaanxi, a bar girl who urged him to drink. He immediately wrote a poem that was extremely sarcastic and ugly. Take a look. At that time, Pangu had a distant grandson, and he's still ordered today to show off his family. A cart of white earth covered with mud, and 10 red flags patched up. In the Wagwan temple, there were traces of footsteps, and in front of Huaiwe Mountain, there were palm marks. There was no need to be melancholy and worry about marriage, waiting to ask Lukuan. All kinds of evidence showed that the Tang peoples saying that fat was beautiful lacked evidence. Moreover, this was the first year of Xinguan, and the Tang Dynasty had only been established for less than 10 years. Even if the Tang Dynasty had a trend of fat being beautiful, it certainly hadn't been completely established yet. At the very least, Empress Zhongsun and Princess Chang'e were not fat, and were very slim. F***CK, there's a problem here. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Empress Zhongsun, and realized that at this time, people didn't think fat was beautiful. Otherwise, Empress Zhongsun wouldn't be so thin. Chapter 586. Hello, boss. Good. How are you guys? Is there any difficulty in harvesting the food at home? Hi. No difficulty. I asked my wife to ask the 3 uncles to help us harvest the food, so there's no problem. On the other hand, it's us who have taken too much money from you, boss. We feel a little ashamed. Ha. What's there to be ashamed of? This is all earned through your own sweat and hard work. Just take it with a peace of mind. Don't tire yourself out too much. It's not worth it if you get a heat stroke. Hey, don't worry, boss. We're not that delicate. Besides, Commander Yen doesn't let us work in the afternoon. We won't get a heat stroke even if we want to. After teasing Meng Wenhao in the house, Yen Xiaoning brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. Li Zishuan looked at the tall buildings that rose from the ground and casually chatted with some of the workers by the roadside. Although it was called chatting, it wasn't really chatting. There was a lot of evidence that proved that a leader's occasional concern for his subordinates was very useful in improving the overall work efficiency. This couldn't be called showing off, but encouraging. Ever since Li Zishuan had brought the first crane to Yunshan, more and more people had discovered the huge advantage that machines had over humans. In response to Yen Xiaoning's strong request, the workshop had sent more than 20 cranes one after another. This was a sharp weapon that was ahead of the times. In addition to the large number of workers, it directly led to the construction speed of the academy to be greatly improved once again. Now, the situation on Yunshan was really changing day by day. Xiao Xian, a few old masters, and I estimated that the main building of Yanhuang College, the bishop canteen, dormitory, bathhouse, and library will be completed by the end of this month. Walking on the hard and flat cement road, Yen Xiaoning felt quite emotional. He had never seen such a cement road and such high-rise buildings before, but now he had built them, which filled him with a sense of achievement. Perhaps with this academy, he could be ranked as a top master architect like his father. At this time, the two of them arrived at the back of the college. Yen Xiaoning said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan heard it and said in surprise, "So fast." Yen Xiaoning laughed and said, "Heh, it's not that fast. Little Xian, on your way here, you should be able to see that many of the buildings are about to be completed. In the future, I plan to divide these 10,000 people into 3 groups. One group will do the interior decoration of these buildings, another group will build other buildings, and the other group will follow your previous plan to create scenery for the academy. They will transplant trees and flowers, build fake mountains, dig lakes, and also build that sports field you want to build." Li Zixuan thought for a while and agreed. "Yeah, we'll do as you say. After the main building of the academy is completed, don't be in a hurry to dismiss the craftsmen and commoners. The later construction of the academy has been completed, and I don't lack money now. Also, in addition to the buildings that I have planned earlier, I need you to send a group of people out to help me build some independent buildings behind the academy. I will give you the blueprints later." Yen Xiaoning asked curiously, "What do you want these small buildings for?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Xiaoning, didn't you read the newspaper earlier? The academy will assign some professors to their own houses. Although the academy doesn't have any professors now, I have to prepare these houses in advance. You can't go back on your words. The environment here in Yunshan is beautiful, and I believe many people will be willing to live here. Later, I will find a good location here and build a house for myself." Yen Xiaoning was speechless and said, "I think you have too much money and nowhere to spend it. If you build a house here, how many days can you stay in a year?" Li Zixuan didn't think much of it and said, "That's hard to say. Who knows? Maybe I will always live here." "Hey, Xiaoning, don't you want to consider building one too? The house I want to build is different from the one we are living in now. You will definitely be jealous when you see it." Yen Xiaoning was actually a little tempted. He thought for a while and said, "Cough, cough. Little Xian, look at how hard I have worked for the academy these 2 months. Aren't you going to give me a house for free?" Li Zixuan sneered and said, "Che, in your dreams. At most, I will give you a 20% discount based on the cost of the house. The rest will be from me." Yen Xiaoning said angrily, "F***CK, you are too much, aren't you? If you are like this, I will quit. You can go find whoever you want." Hey, don't. Let's talk about it. How about I give you a 40% discount? Not good, 50%. How about 50%? Hee. Then I will go back and pack my luggage. Hey, don't. Consider it my bad luck to have such a bad friend. I will give it to you for free." After some bickering, Yen Xiaoning emerged victorious and obtained a Cloud Mountain villa that had yet to be built for free. Although Li Zixuan looked angry on the surface, he wasn't angry at all in his heart. Firstly, he didn't really care about this little bit of money. Secondly, Yen Xiaoning had a share in the first batch of Cloud Mountain villas. What he said just now was just a joke. "Xiaoning, how do you think the academy will solve the water problem in the future?" Li Zixuan came to Yunshan today not only to inspect the progress of the academy's construction, but also to solve the academy's water problem. However, after walking around Yunshan for so long and even walking around the forest behind the academy, he still did not see a waterfall or a river. This made him a little disappointed. So he asked. Yen Xiaoning was happy that he finally got some benefits from the miser Li Zixuan. When he heard this question, he could not help but be stunned and answered subconsciously. What's so difficult about that? There are so many wells in Plum Village and the Han family village at the foot of the mountain. Also, there is the Ba River beside Plum Village. Is there a lack of water? We just have to find some people to carry water up every day. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, this is not a long-term solution. The scale of the academy will definitely get bigger and bigger, and there will be more and more students. When that time comes, how can the academy's daily water consumption be met by just carrying water up the mountain? Yen Xiaoning was helpless and said, then what do you think? Li Zixuan thought for a while and asked, Xiaoning, do you think we can use a water wheel to carry water up the mountain? Things like water wheels didn't require a lot of technology. Tubular water wheels had already appeared in the Sui Dynasty. Many protagonists in time travel novels who went to ancient times relied on water wheels to become famous. This was more or less inappropriate. Li Zixuan still had some knowledge of this common knowledge, so he asked directly, Chapter 587. Xiaoxian, are you talking about the water tanker? Yen Xiaoning looked at Li Zixuan on Yunshan Mountain and asked. Li Zixuan nodded. Yes, it's the water tanker. If this water tanker doesn't work, I can design a new water tanker with more power and a longer transmission distance. He had several water tanker models in his mind, but he wasn't familiar with them. He didn't know if they could be used in Yanhuang College. If it weren't for the fact that the power system wasn't easy to solve, he would definitely build his own water tanker. For him, it was easy to build a water tanker, but the difficult part was the problem of the power required for the water tanker. He still lacked the materials for an internal combustion engine, and he didn't have a stable power supply system for an electric motor. Therefore, he could only rely on the water tanker. Although Yen Xiaoning was confident in Li Zixuan's creativity, he still shook his head and said, I don't think it's possible. Yanhuang College is too far away from Ba River, and the terrain is too high. It's impossible to use a water tanker to transport water. Even if it can be transported up, it can't be too much. Even if you can make a water tanker with more power, I think it's still useless and not worth the loss. Li Zixuan rubbed his eyebrows and seemed to be a little distressed. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, How about this? Xiaoning, help me find a group of well builders and ask them to find a suitable place on Yunshan Mountain and dig a few wells for me. In the early stage of the college, let's transport water from the foot of the mountain. Yen Xiaoning opened his eyes wide and said, Are you crazy? Yunshan Mountain is so high. How can you dig a well? However, Li Zixuan shook his head and disagreed. Xiaoning, you're wrong. Although Cloud Mountain is relatively high, the trees on the mountain are dense, and there's plenty of rain all year round. Some places can still be dug out. When the time comes, you can find an experienced craftsman, and you should be able to find a few good spots. There's a saying that it's futile to dig a well on the mountain. Many people think that it's impossible to dig underground water because of the high terrain on the mountain. This is a misconception. In fact, there are places on the mountain where underground water can be found. Underground water didn't only exist on flat land, but also on high mountains. Sometimes there was no water at all in places lower than the horizon. The existence of underground water was related to the structure of rock strata. Some rock strata couldn't store water, while some rock strata had confined water. Besides, there were soil, trees, and flowers on the mountain. These things were the main factors for storing water. If the soil and water were well preserved, it was not impossible to dig up water by just digging 2 or 3 meters. In Li Zixuan's previous life, one of his relatives had contracted a mountain to raise chickens. Because the mountain was high and there was no running water, his relative had hired someone to dig a well on the mountain. In the end, they only dug one, 5 meters before they found water. Therefore, when it came to digging a well, the terrain was not the deciding factor. Yan Xiaoning, on the other hand, didn't understand these things. He asked skeptically, "Can you really dig a well out of such a high mountain?" Li Zixuan said confidently, "Definitely. Don't worry, Xiaoning. As long as the craftsmen are experienced and can distinguish the water level, they will definitely be able to dig a well in Yunshan." "All right. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to go to Chang and to look for a well builder." In Yunshan, the construction of the college was in full swing. In Tang Daily, there were waves of publicity about Gongshui and Yanhuang College. When Gongshui was first publicized, Ma Zhou had arranged for a group of people to study Li Zixuan's published articles. Many people in the editorial department had a deeper understanding of Gongshui, so there was no need for Li Zixuan to do the publicity. There were plenty of people in the editorial department who were talented in this field. Therefore, recently, the news section of the newspaper was almost filled with the words Yanhuang College and Gongshui. Under such fierce publicity, more and more people knew what Gongshui was and what kind of college Yanhuang College was being built outside Chang and city. Gongshui Yanhuang Academy. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Of course, in the past, there would be many Confucian defenders who would jump out and criticize Li Zixuan for bragging about Gongshui in the newspaper. However, since Cui Yunhan left Cheongzhou and Li Zixuan flew to Chang and city in the middle of autumn, almost all the voices of opposition died down. First, they were unreasonable, and second, they were cowards. Moreover, as the Wang family quickly sold the newspapers to other states and counties, Gongshui and Yanhuang College's reputation began to radiate to other regions. In particular, the story of Li Zixuan flying into the sky on the Mid-Autumn Festival was particularly shocking. The most intuitive manifestation was that according to the data fed back by the branches of Tang Dynasty Daily, the number of students signing up for Yanhuang Academy began to show an exponential explosive growth. As early as 2 days ago, it had already exceeded 2,000 people. If this data were to be announced, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was because even the Directorate of Education and the Hongwen School combined didn't have that many students. Of course, there were many students who signed up on impulse after seeing the news. It was very likely that they hadn't fully grasped the subjects of Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Even if they came to take the exam, they wouldn't have any hope of getting in. More students chose to buy a new mathematics textbook and read it at home. If they could understand it and learn it well, then they would sign up. If they didn't understand it, then they wouldn't sign up. This could be seen from the sales of the new mathematics textbooks. Up until now, Chitsu Culture's mathematics textbooks had already sold more than 50,000 books. 50,000 versus 2,000. This was a very large disparity. Of course, there were also some mathematics enthusiasts who just wanted to study Li Zixuan's new mathematics textbook. In addition to the increase in students signing up, there were also more and more people who wanted to apply to be Yanhuang College's teachers. First, it was because Li Zixuan's salary was too generous. Second, it was because Gongshui and Yanhuang College couldn't be more popular now. If they came to teach here, they could gain both fame and fortune. Only fools wouldn't come. First, there were some famous scholars in Chang, and they were the first to come to Li Zixuan for an interview. These days, Li Zixuan held 10 interviews, but he only hired one person, and it was an old acquaintance. When he was in the Directorate of Education, Assistant Professor Mao. who sat opposite him in the office, followed closely behind Su Hongji and also wanted to change jobs. The rest of the people were either too deeply influenced by Confucianism or they didn't have any teaching skills at all. They were the type that completely followed the script. Li Zishuan said that he couldn't even listen to such boring lectures. So how could his future students be willing to listen? Therefore, of the 10 teachers who came to apply, only one was successful. The low acceptance rate of Yanhuang College's teachers gradually spread out. Chapter 588. On August 26th, the first year of Jingguan, Yanhuang College's main buildings, including the cafeteria, the library, the dormitory, and the bathhouse, were all completed. The magnificent cement skyscraper stood at the top of Yunshan Mountain, silently showing the world the majesty of Yanhuang College. Those who were observant had already discovered that there was a giant on Yunshan Mountain. On this day, many people saw that Yanhuang College's skyscrapers had been completed. Many people called their friends and came to Yunshan Mountain to watch the fun. TSK. Li Xianji is really rich. He built so many skyscrapers just like that. And he built it so quickly. He probably hired a lot of people, right? I heard that he hired tens of thousands of people. Our neighbor, Fatty Pan, has been hired, and the pay is not ordinary. Hey, old Nyo, why weren't you invited? Is it because your body is weak and you weren't chosen by Lord Li? Could it be that Chui Nyang emptied your body last night? Ahahaha. A certain frivolous man made a frivolous joke, which made the people around him burst into laughter. The young man who was mocked blushed, and then said angrily, LV Dazhuang, F** king bullshit. Do you want to fight? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Hey, don't embarrass yourselves here. This is a place for educated people to study. How can you fight like this? That's right, that's right. This is outrageous. Hey, old Meng, look at the road on this mountain. It's completely different from the bluestone road at the foot of the mountain. It's hard and flat. I wonder what material it's made of. Oh, I heard from the Han family village that it's called cement. Cement can be used to make roads when mixed with sand and stone. And look, it's not just the road. Yanhuang College's walls are also covered with cement. They're using cement to replace glutinous rice mortar. An old man with coarse white hair, holding a walking stick and stroking his beard, slowly told the truth. Cement. What's cement? Where can I buy it? Looks like it's pretty useful. The house built with this looks quite sturdy, but I wonder how much more expensive it is than glutinous rice mortar. The coarse-clothed old man shook his head and laughed. Many people want to buy it, but it's not on sale yet. Why is that? Is there anything money can't buy? What's so strange about that? It was said that this cement was invented by Lord Li himself. Of course, he would use it for his own academy first. It's not like Lord Li lacks money. Oh, so that's how it is. Lord Li has really put in a lot of effort for this academy. TSK, Yanhuang College's skyscraper looked so imposing. Which family's kid would be lucky if he could get in? I heard that there's no tuition fee here, and you can even learn Lord Li's skills. That's right. My child is already preparing for Yanhuang College's entrance exam. If he doesn't pass this year, he'll take the exam next year. Tisk, how can your stupid son get into Yanhuang College? Why is it impossible? For the first time, Yanhuang College's image was more complete in front of the world. The people who came to watch the fun saw this magnificent and mysterious academy. The older people with children of the right age were all thinking of ways to send their children to Yanhuang College. The younger people were thinking about how to persuade their parents so that they could apply for Yanhuang College. "Excuse me, please make way." At this moment, dozens of ox carts suddenly appeared on the mountain road. The person in the lead was Li Tai. When the little fatty saw that so many people came to watch the academy today, he couldn't help but frown and ask the people to disperse. When the crowd heard the shout, they subconsciously opened up a path. However, when they saw the contents of the car, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Hiss, this is colored glass. This is top-notch colored glaze. Every piece is so big and beautiful. There are nearly 10 carts of colored glass. Why did Yanhuang College bring so much colored glass? Who knows? Maybe we can use it in one of the houses. Yanhuang College's architecture can't be estimated with common sense. Oh my God, how much is this?" In fact, not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but the people who followed Li Tai to the workshop to transport the colored glass were also dumbfounded. In this era, colored glass was worth as much as gold. When these people saw so much colored glass in the workshop in the morning, they were almost blinded. However, after walking for such a long time, they gradually got used to it. At this time, when they saw that there were people who were as shocked as they were at the beginning, they more or less felt a sense of superiority. "Be careful. Come. Bring all this colored glass to Guanghua Building first. We'll have to make 2 more trips later." Li Tai commanded the convoy as he spoke in a clear voice. When the onlookers heard that, they almost fell to the ground. So this amount of colored glass wasn't enough. They still had to make 2 more trips. Today, they finally saw what it meant to be a rich person. Even gold was transported by carts. But soon, they also understood why Li Tai brought so much colored glass over. Oh my God, look, they're using colored glass as windows. A sharp-eyed young man suddenly saw 3 craftsmen installing a piece of colored glass on a gap in the wall on the first floor of Yanhuang College's main building. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then suddenly came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in horror. "Oh my God! Is Lord Li crazy? Even if he's rich, he can't waste it like this. What a waste of natural resources. I was just wondering why there were so many gaps in the walls of Yanhuang College's buildings. Aren't they afraid of the cold wind in winter? I didn't expect them to be used to install windows. This window is enough for a family to eat for decades. Lord Li is really a rich man. Ha! If Lord Li doesn't have money, who else would have money? However, Lord Li earns money openly and honestly, so no one can say anything about it. Hey, you don't say. These houses with colored glass windows are quite beautiful. The inside of the house must be very bright. It's true. Not only are these colored glass windows beautiful, but they also let in light and block the wind. Lord Li really knows how to have fun. Sigh, I really regret not letting my child prepare for Yanhuang College's entrance exam as soon as possible. It's probably too late now. Chapter 589. Although using colored glass to make windows had never happened in the Tang Dynasty, it was completely normal for a modern person like Li Zishuan. Moreover, unlike the current mainstream architectural style of courtyards, the high-rise buildings of the Yanhuang Academy contained hundreds of rooms in each building. This kind of house built with bricks and cement, if not for the glass windows, would be as dark as night even in the day. As for the expensive cost of colored glass that shocked others, it wasn't a problem for Li Zishuan at all. This was because the bright and transparent colored glass was just a pile of sand in his eyes. Gu Xiaomao, how's the well-digging craftsman that I asked you to find coming along? In the temporary office, Yin Xiaoning asked Gu Xiaomao to come in and asked. Gu Xiaomao bowed and reported to Yin Xiaoning. Commander Yin, I found many well-digging craftsmen in Chang and City. When they heard that we were going to dig a well in the mountains, they all rejected us. They said that they wouldn't be able to dig water no matter how much money they were given. But this morning, I heard that there was a Master Liao in the south of the city who helped a temple dig a well in the mountains. So I went to his house to find him, but he was already out. I heard from his wife that he was digging a well for a village outside the city these few days. After saying that, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was really exhausted from searching everywhere for the past 2 days. Yin Xiaoning listened and frowned slightly. Since this Master Liao has experience in digging wells in the mountains, then invite him over as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Go and tell him to put down the task on hand, and we'll compensate him double for all his losses. After working with Li Zishuan for so long, Yin Xiaoning had learned to use money to solve problems that he couldn't solve. Cough, cough. Besides, he didn't have to pay for it himself. Gu Xiaomao quickly replied, Yes, Commander Yin. Then I'll go and find Master Liao now. Yin Xiaoning let out a soft and said, Okay, go. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Xiaomao scratched his head excitedly and giggled. Hee hee, it's not hard. It's not hard. In fact, installing glass windows in all the completed buildings was only the first step. Later, there were also tables and chairs for classrooms and cafeterias, boilers, water towers, and pipes for bathhouses, and beds for dormitories. Li Zishuan designed all these things according to the modern style. Of course, all of them were made by the workshop. This was also one of the reasons why the production of cement was only enough for Yanhuang College to use after so long. This was because in addition to cement, Li Zishuan would also assign tasks to the workshop from time to time. Today, they would produce a batch of colored glass. Tomorrow, they would produce a batch of cranes. The day after that, they would produce some strange tables and chairs. It could be said that half of Yanhuang College's work was done by the workshop. 3 days later, at Yanhuang College, Commander Yin, out of the water, out of the water. Yin Xiaoning was sorting out the recent assessment results of various engineering teams in the office when he heard Gu Xiaomao rushing in from outside while shouting, What's out of the water? Gu Xiaomao's words were very ambiguous, and Yin Xiaoning was dumbfounded. Huff, huff. Commander Yin, it's Master Liao and the others who dug out water in the east of the college. Gu Xiaomao bent over and panted heavily. Yin Xiaoning's eyes widened. He said in disbelief, How is that possible? It hasn't even been 3 days. How can they dig out water? Gu Xiaomao said anxiously, It's true. If you don't believe me, you can follow me to take a look. Xiaomao, bring me to take a look first. Yin Xiaoning nodded. After pressing some of the information on the table with an ink slab, he followed Gu Xiaomao out of the door. Not long after, they arrived at a flat ground in the east of the college. This place was filled with dense trees and was very cool. At this time, many people had gathered to watch the show. Yin Xiaoning took a step forward and saw a deep well. However, he couldn't see if there was water in it. Master Liao, I heard that you guys dug out water. Yin Xiaoning glanced at the excited old man beside him and asked aloud. Hee hee, how can it be fake? Zhangde, put down a rope and bring up a bucket of water. Prove to Commander Yin that we're not bragging. The old man showed off proudly, and then instructed the tanned, brawny man beside him. Yes, got it, Master Liao. The brawny man laughed, and then threw a wooden bucket tied with a rope into the well. Then there was a plop sound. Although the bucket wasn't out yet, Yen Xiaoning no longer had any doubts at this moment. After the tanned, brawny man brought out a bucket full of well water, everyone exclaimed. Yen Xiaoning cupped his hands and said to the old man, "Master Liao is really capable. You can dig out a well in the Cloud Mountain in such a short time. I'm impressed." The old man grinned and waved his hand. "Hee hee, it's nothing. It's nothing. We've agreed before." Yen Xiaoning smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master Liao. We agreed on 10 strings of coins. You won't be short of a single cent. I just don't know if you can tell us how you know that water can be dug out from this position." The old man's face turned serious and said, "Seriously, it's not that difficult. The branches and leaves here are luxuriant, clear, and smooth. Its momentum is slightly higher than that of the white tiger on the right peak. It echoes with the white tiger, circling left and right, protecting the Ming Tang. It's like a green dragon emerging from the water. If you dig 5 feet down from here, there will definitely be water." The onlookers were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped. They never thought that a well-digging master would know feng shui. Did he have to be so professional? Yen Xiaoning was also shocked. He opened his mouth and asked after a while, "Master Liao, you know feng shui too?" The old man laughed and revealed his mouth full of teeth. Then he said, "Ha ha. When I was young, I was a Taoist priest in the Taoist temple for 7 to 8 years. Later, the Taoist temple was destroyed in the war, so I left the mountain. I only know a little about feng shui." Yen Xiaoning's mouth twitched slightly. A Taoist priest actually became a well digger. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem reliable. But no one expected that the combination of the two would have such a miraculous effect. Then, "Master Liao, help me dig 3 more wells. The price is the same as before." Yen Xiaoning exhaled a few times and said, "Yanhuang College covered a huge area. 1 well was definitely not enough." Yen Xiaoning didn't expect this old man to be so efficient at digging wells. He decided to let him dig a few more wells while he was at it. With that, the Yanhuang Academy was basically ready. All that was left was for the final push. Chapter 590. While the construction of Yanhuang College was in full swing, Li Zixuan was not idle either. In fact, he was very miserable. "Sigh, this speed is not good. It's been almost half a month, and I've only written 2 textbooks. It's a bit difficult to continue at this speed." Li Mansion, West Courtyard, Study. Li Zixuan looked at the 2 textbooks, Mathematics, Volume 2, and Physics, Volume 1, on the table and sighed. If someone heard this sentence, they would definitely beat him up. One must know that compiling textbooks was a task that was done by a learned scholar. It would be good if he could compile 1 textbook in a year. But this guy had only compiled 2 in half a month, and he was still not satisfied. He wanted to go to heaven. However, Li Zixuan was not satisfied at all. The textbooks he wrote were all related subjects that he had learned in school in his previous life with abnormal mental strength. Naturally, others could not compete with him in terms of speed. But even so, Li Zixuan still felt that it was too slow because the academy would start in half a month. At first, he planned to open 4 courses for the students, but now there were still 2 textbooks that he had not written: chemistry and geography. Of course, the textbooks he wrote were not all mechanically copied. It was not that the first grade in Yanhuang College would learn what the first grade in the modern world learned. The 2 schools had different academic systems, which determined that the content of each stage of study was different. When he first wrote Mathematics, Volume 1, in Yanhuang College, the content in it already covered the first and second grade of primary school. But the students in the School of Mathematics had already learned almost half of the mathematics in Volume 1, so Li Zixuan wrote the mathematics in Volume 2. As for the two textbooks that were still missing, chemistry was not bad, but it would be very troublesome to teach because the chemical symbols in it were read according to the English alphabet in his previous life. But now it was the Tang Dynasty. One could imagine the scene when the time came. Students, this is the chemical formula of water molecules. H2O, H2O. Come, come, come. Remember it well? 233. 3. This scene was simply too beautiful to imagine. As for the geography textbook, Li Zixuan did not know where to start because he did not know the current territory of Tang Dynasty. How could he make it up? Not to mention half a month. Even if he was given half a year, he would not be able to make it up. However, he had no choice but to set up this course. Setting aside the issue of territory, there were many concepts in geography that were very useful. For example, the concept of scale in a map, the concept of up north and down south, the concept of left, west, right, and east, the concept of latitude and longitude, contour lines, and so on. Ancient maps were not based on north and south, left, west, and right. Many ancient maps of China adopted the setting of north and south, left, east, and right. This might have something to do with the fact that the emperor sat in the north and faced the south. This was convenient for users to see, but there were also many ancient maps that used the setting of north and south. There was no uniform rule for this. As for latitude and longitude, no one in this era had defined the prime meridian. In modern times, the longitude that passes through the original site of the Greenwich Observatory in London, England, is known as the 0-degree longitude, also known as the prime meridian. When he wrote the textbook, he could define the prime meridian as the longitude that a typical building in Chang and pass through. In this way, hundreds or even thousands of years later, everyone would look at the map according to the latitude and longitude defined by Tang Dynasty. Besides these, the most important use of geography was to allow students to clearly understand the world, to let them know that the Great Tang only occupied a palm-sized piece of land on the world map. This would be extremely useful in the era of great voyages in the future. Sai, how should I compile this geography textbook? Everything else is easy. But where should I go to find information about the mountains and rivers in Tang Dynasty? Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Husband, are you still busy? This is the iced mung bean soup that I just made. Stop and have a taste. At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside with a creak. Then, Han Yushi, who was wearing a thin white dress, walked in with a small bowl that was emitting cold air. When she saw Li Zixuan lying on the table and thinking hard, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Oh, my wife is here. Li Zixuan came back to his senses, then stood up and looked at Han Yushi and said, "Ha, my wife, why are you wasting your energy on such a hot day? Look at how hot you are. Let the people below do this work. Come and sit." Han Yushi smiled and put the mung bean soup on the table. Then she said unhappily, "Husband, you also know that it's a hot day now. Then why have you been locking yourself in the house every day recently? Mother and I are worried that you will get sick from being cooped up. I know that my husband is working hard on the matters of the academy, but you can't tire yourself out because of this." Li Zixuan's heart warmed. He stepped forward and grabbed Han Yushi's soft hands. He smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. Your husband has martial arts. A mere hot day can't do anything to me. You just have to take care of yourself." Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Husband, you're lying again. Who said that people who have martial arts are not afraid of the heat?" Lu Guogong, the old man, has already taken a few carts of ice cubes from our house. You still want to fool me? Cough, cough. This. Lisa Schwan was suddenly speechless. Han Yushi was right. They practiced martial arts. Although they were not afraid of the cold, they were generally quite afraid of the heat, unless you practiced the rare attribute, internal strength. Han Yushi picked up the small bowl and stuffed it into Lisa Schwan's hand. She said, "Okay, I know that my husband is busy, but you should drink this bowl of mung bean soup first." How could Lisa Schwan disagree? He quickly nodded and replied, Okay, I'll drink it now." After saying that, he gulped down the bowl of mung bean soup in one gulp like a cow drinking water. A wave of unbridled coolness instantly erupted from within him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Refreshing!" Han Yushi smiled and put away the bowl. Then she turned around and prepared to go out. However, she paused at the door and hesitated. "My husband seems to have encountered some difficulties. My ability is limited, so I'm afraid I can't help much. However, my husband can go out for a walk and relax. Don't you have so many friends? You can ask them for help. There's no need to build a cart behind closed doors. I've been relying on the help of many people since I was young. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to marry my husband." After hearing this, Lisa Schwan was silent for a while. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "I got it. Ha ha. Wife, you're really my lucky star." Chapter 591. Qingke, you stop first. What's wrong? Xiao Xian, what's the matter? You stop first. Gu Xiaomao, from now on, you'll be the leader of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment. You'll be in charge of all the missions on Qingke. That afternoon, Li Zixuan went straight to Yunshan. After asking a craftsman, he found Li Tai, who was teaching others how to use the crane. He cut to the chase and went straight to the point. Li Tai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. "Little Xian, what are you doing now? Why did you remove me from the team leader position? For no reason." Li Zixuan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this little fatty under the hot sun. He dragged him away and said, "What do you mean by removing you from the team leader position? You brat, are you addicted to playing here? Come back to Chang, and with me." Li Tai tried to break free, but couldn't. He could only ask, "Why are we going back to Chang? And did my father ask you to call me back?" Li Zixuan was furious. "I'm not a eunuch who delivers messages to 2nd Master Li. Why would I come all the way here to deliver an imperial decree for 2nd Master Li?" He paused and said angrily, "No, I'm here to promote you. How can a mere team leader be worthy of you, Qingke?" Li Tai was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Ha, that's good. That's good. Xiao Xian, are you going to promote me to a regiment commander?" "Sai, wait, why are you bringing me back to Chang? And if you promote me to a regiment commander—" Hey, stop it." "Bam. Get in. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Sen Bao, start the car." Li Zixuan tossed little fatty into the carriage with one hand and jumped onto the carriage himself. He then instructed San Bao. Luckily, Li Tai was still young. Otherwise, when he was in his 20s, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the carriage. Luckily, Don't Touch Me was sturdy. Otherwise, with the little fatty's current weight, an ordinary carriage wouldn't be able to withstand his weight. "Sai, no, little Xian, what exactly do you want me to do?" After returning to Chang, and Li Zixuan directly brought Li Tai to the inner west courtyard of the mansion. Li Tai, who was following behind them, could not help but burst out in anger. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Didn't I just tell you? I'm here to promote you. From now on, You have been promoted from the captain of the construction corps to the deputy editor of the geography teaching materials of the academy. Before school reopens, you should just stay in Chang and city and write books." That's right, Li Zixuan's idea was to capture Li Tai and make him an able-bodied man. Although this little fatty was arrogant and a bit of a jerk, he was impeccable in terms of knowledge. The history book's evaluation of him was, "Li Tai is brilliant, intelligent, and has a love for literature. He has collected thousands of books." The most important point was that Li Tai had once presided over the compilation of the famous book, Jiao Diji, in the original history books. The book was divided into 358 states, according to the 10 paths of Zhengguan. Then, with each state as a unit, it described the history, geography, names, mountains, cities, historical sites, myths, legends, and major historical events of each county. The extensive collection preserved many precious information from the geography books of the 6 dynasties, which had a deep impact on the later generations. Therefore, it was more than appropriate to get this little fatty to help write the geography teaching materials. Moreover, Li Tai had a literature center in his hands. Everyone there was a knowledgeable scholar. With these resources, it was simply half the work and twice the result. At that moment, Li Tai was puzzled and asked, "Geography? Deputy editor? I definitely can't do that." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Geography is similar to Shangshu Yugong and the classic of mountains and seas, but there are some new concepts added in it. You just need to be responsible for completing the part about the Tang Empire." The classic of mountains and seas was written in the Pre-Qin Dynasty, and Shangshu Yugong was written in the Warring States period. This was considered the earliest famous geography book in our country. The author of Shangshu Yugong used geography as the basis for his ideal political division. He divided the world into 9 states, namely Ji, Yan, Qing, Su, Yang, Jing, Yu, Liang, and Yong. He also recorded all kinds of geographical phenomena in the country. It was a model of early regional geography research in China. It was cited in commentary on the classic of water, maps of Yuan County, and many other geographical works since the Tang and Song dynasties. Oh, so it's this. But doesn't Yanhuang College teach engineering? Why are you teaching geography now? Can't I? The college is mine. I can teach whatever I want. That hand is on me. If I don't want to, then I won't. Li Zixuan was already prepared for this little fatty's character. He smiled and said, "Are you sure? There are many benefits to being a compiler." "What benefits can there be?" Li Tai couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan stretched out 3 fingers and said with a smile, "For example, in the first month of school, I'll allow you to take 3 days off. Take note, in the first month of school, I plan to let all the students undergo intensive training. Those days will be unbearable. TSK. Shinke, you have to think about it." Li Tai felt Li Zixuan's devilish smile and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He paused and said, "Only 3 days? No way. It has to be 5 days. Li Zixuan snorted and said, 3 days means 3 days. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else. 3 days is already the limit of my tolerance." Li Zixuan knew very well that when dealing with people like this little fatty, he couldn't give in at all. Otherwise, this guy would definitely take advantage of him. Sure enough, Li Tai saw that Li Zixuan wasn't willing to budge. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, 3 days it is. Tell me, how should we compile this geography textbook?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this first. When you go back, gather all the scholars in your mansion to help you collect all the mountains and rivers in the Tang Empire. Then, about 7 days later, I'll send you a book. In this book, except for the part about the Tang Empire that has problems, the rest of the book and all the concepts in the book are all correct. When the time comes, you just need to make some adjustments on this foundation. This was also the most reasonable method that Li Zixuan came up with at the moment. First, make a complete copy of the modern geography book, then deduct the domestic part and give it to Li Tai to fill in. He believed that with this little fatty's understanding and ability, he could complete the whole book. Li Tai nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay, then I'll go back to the mansion to gather people. When your masterpiece comes, we'll start." "That's great." Chapter 592. After the little fatty left, Li Zixuan began another round of closed-door training. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. It was now September. In these 7 days, the renovations of the buildings that were previously completed in Yanhuang College had been completed. There were doors, windows, blackboards, tables, chairs, and lecterns in the classrooms. There were bunk beds, windows, and candlesticks in the dormitories. There were also small windows in the cafeteria that were similar to modern school cafeterias. There were also rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs. There were also rows of shower heads in the bathhouse. The current appearance of Yanhuang College was infinitely similar to that of a modern university, other than the lack of electrical, multimedia, and other high-tech equipment. The gap between the two was getting smaller and smaller. From this point of view, Li Zixuan had spent a lot of money to buy a feeling of modernity. If a modern person were to transmigrate and see Yanhuang College, they would definitely think that they had transmigrated back. It was a pity that Li Zixuan had been busy compiling the teaching materials and did not see this scene at the first moment. "Feiji, send this book to the Prince of Wei's residence now. You must deliver it personally. Do not lose it on the way." In the Li residence, Li Zixuan walked out of the west courtyard with a haggard expression. He handed a book to Pang Feiji and solemnly instructed him. Of the 4 teaching materials, the one that required the most effort was undoubtedly geography. Other than the names of various places that needed to be corrected, there were also many maps. It was very troublesome to draw. Even with Li Zixuan's abnormal mental strength, he was still somewhat exhausted after so many days of work. If not for the fact that this college was the foundation for his family to establish themselves in the Tang Dynasty, he would not have worked so hard even if he was given a mountain of gold and silver. Speaking of which, when the geography was printed in the future, the workshop would have to spend a lot of effort. This was because the text could be directly printed with movable type. However, the maps and the like would have to be carved by a master carver before they could be printed. The cost of this would be much higher. Yes, Lord Ju. Seeing Li Zixuan's serious expression, Pang Feiji knew that this book was very important. He put the book into his pocket and cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Go." Li Zixuan rubbed his forehead and waved his hand. Logically speaking, he had spent so much effort on this book. Of course, he attached great importance to it. If it weren't for the fact that he was too tired, he would have gone there personally. However, when Pang Feiji was handling things, he was very assured. At least, Brother Chicken had never made any mistakes. Pang Feiji brought the plain-looking textbook out of Li Zixuan's house. Other than feeling a little reluctant to give away the textbook that he had worked so hard to write, he did not really care about anything else. What he didn't know was that the book he didn't care about had caused a huge commotion in the imperial court. "Ha ha ha! Little Xian, I heard that you've been staying at home recently. Are you practicing martial arts in seclusion again?" Li Zixuan was about to return to the west courtyard to rest when he heard a hearty laugh from outside. Then he saw the 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, walking in from outside. The person who had spoken just now was Dugu Feiying. Li Zixuan felt that something was wrong. He squinted his eyes and looked at the two brothers for a while. He was a little surprised and said, Xian, you've entered the master stage? The reason why he felt that something was wrong was because when the two of them came in, he could feel a strong aura rushing towards him. In the past, the two brothers would definitely not have such an aura. Then, he took a closer look and realized where the problem was Dugu Xian had broken through. In just over a month, this guy had actually entered the master stage from the late stage of qi cultivation. How could he not be surprised? Dugu Xian nodded and walked over. He bowed deeply to Li Zixuan and said, "Thanks to you, little Xian. This is all thanks to you, little Xian, for helping me deduce the first 3 forms of the 9 swords beyond the swords. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach the Grandmaster realm in my lifetime. I, Dugu Xian, will never forget your kindness. In the future, if you need anything, I'll do my best. Yes, including me." Dugu Feiying also chimed in. Li Zixuan was stunned and said in disbelief, "9 swords of Dugu? Xian, did you break through from the 9 swords of Dugu?" Dugu Xian nodded and said, "Yes, but I only helped you deduce the first 3 sword moves. How can you comprehend with only 3 sword moves?" Speaking of this, Dugu Xian's expression became slightly excited. "After I brought the 3 sword moves that you deduced back home, I practiced them a few times at first and found that they were extremely unfamiliar. Later on, I realized that this 9 swords beyond the swords could actually resonate with our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship. So I tried to combine the two. Unexpectedly, I actually comprehended the last 2 moves of the 9 swords beyond the whip move, and the rope move. Then I asked for leave from His Majesty and temporarily left the affairs of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army to focus on breaking through. In the end, hard work paid off. With the first 5 moves of the 9 swords of Dugu and the solitary wind sword technique, I broke through to the master stage 3 days ago." Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Dugu Xian to have such a fortuitous encounter. He also didn't expect that the 9 swords of Dugu, a sword technique that only existed in novels, could actually resonate with the Dugu family's solitary wind sword technique. This was a little unbelievable. Also, it was no wonder that when Cui Yunhan brought the scholar to the Li residence to cause trouble, the commander of the Imperial Army sent by Second Li wasn't Dugu Xian, but a small soldier in the Imperial Army, Sun Jiping. Sun Jiping also said that Dugu Xian had taken a leave of absence for a while. He didn't expect that he had taken a leave of absence to go home and cultivate in seclusion. Haha. Congratulations on breaking through to the master stage. Xian. Looks like our Tang Empire will have another young tiger. After a moment of shock, he congratulated Dugu Xian from the bottom of his heart. He and Dugu Xian were friends who had gone through life and death together. For Dugu Xian to have such a fortuitous encounter, he would only be happy for him and would definitely not be jealous. Moreover, his 9 swords of Taishan was not inferior to the 9 swords of Dugu at all, so there was nothing to envy others. Dugu Xian shook his head and said, "This is mainly due to your help, Xiao Xian. Moreover, compared to a 14-year-old master like you, mine is nothing." According to age, Dugu Xian was 27 or 28 years old this year. However, as long as he didn't compare himself to Li Zixuan, this monster, he could still be considered as one of the youngest people to break through to the master stage. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "No matter what, this is something worth celebrating. When we have time in the future, let's call Choax and the others and have a good drink." Chapter 593. Little Xian, after my father found out that you were the one who gave me such a peerless sword technique, like the 9 swords of Dugu, he was very grateful to you and wanted to thank you in person. He specially prepared some wine in his residence and sent us 2 brothers to invite you to his residence for a chat. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Li residence, front hall. After Li Zishuan invited the Dugu brothers to take a seat in the front hall, Dugu Xian explained the purpose of his visit. Li Zishuan's hand that was holding the cup of water paused for a moment. He hesitated and said, "The 9 strategies beyond the swords was just an act of my heart. I didn't think that it could help Xian break through the realm by accident. This is completely your own good fortune. I don't dare to take credit for it. I'm very happy to accept your father's invitation, but I've been busy with the Academy's teaching materials recently and can't leave. So let's meet another day. I hope your father will forgive me for my rudeness." Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, it was very rude to refuse an elder's invitation. What's more, Li Zishuan was rejecting the head of a powerful family. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't get away, he wouldn't have done this. Dugu Xian came to a sudden realization. He glanced at Li Zishuan and said, "No wonder I heard that you've been cooped up in the manor recently, little Xian. So it's because of your Yanhuang College. It's okay. Your academy matters more. My father definitely won't blame you." Dugu Xian knew quite a bit about Yanhuang College. First of all, Li Zishuan had put a lot of effort into this college. Secondly, Li Zishuan also had high hopes for this college. Therefore, after hearing Li Zishuan's reason, he understood quite well. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding. When I'm free in the future, I'll definitely pay your father a visit in person." Dugu Xian nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of God. He stopped in his tracks and pulled out a small booklet with a blue cover. He handed it to Li Zishuan and said, "Li Zishuan, Xiao Xian, this is our Dugu clan's solitary wind sword technique. Take it." Li Zishuan was stunned. "Huh, isn't this lonely wind sword technique your Dugu family's heirloom sword technique? Why are you giving it to me?" Dugu Xian nodded. "The solitary wind swordsmanship is indeed our family's swordsmanship. Logically speaking, it should not be passed to outsiders. However, you did not hesitate to pass the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship to me. Without a doubt, the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship is a better and more exquisite swordsmanship than the solitary wind swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. The solitary wind swordsmanship is almost equivalent to the introduction to the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship. After obtaining the 9 swords beyond the swordsmanship, our Dugu family owes you a big favor. Therefore, my father has decided to give the solitary wind swordsmanship to you." When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart palpitated with eagerness, but he still refused. "No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Dugu Xian did not take the sword manual back. Instead, he insisted, "You must accept this. Previously, you were able to deduce the 3 sword moves of solitary 9 swords without practicing the foundation of solitary wind swordsmanship. This means that your talent in swordsmanship is far higher than mine. Now that the facts have proven that the solitary wind sword technique is helpful in comprehending the 9 swords of Dugu, Xiao Xian, you must try to practice it. Who knows, you might be able to deduce all 9 sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu." Seeing Li Zishuan's hesitation, Dugu Feiying chimed in, "That's right, little Xian. This is my father's wish. Quickly accept it. At most, you can wait until you have deduced all the 9 strategies beyond the swords. Then share your insights with my big brother." Dugu Xian's expression changed, and he immediately interrupted, "Flying Eagle! Shut up!" Exchanging the first 5 moves of the solitary wind swordsmanship for the solitary wind swordsmanship is already a bargain for us. How can we be greedy for other things? Dugu Feiying smiled embarrassedly. Actually, he was just trying to persuade Li Zishuan to accept the lonely wind swordsmanship. He didn't have any bad intentions. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't, Xian, why are you still being so polite with me? Feiying is right. How about this? I will accept this solitary wind swordsmanship, and I will definitely not teach it to outsiders. If I can comprehend all the sword moves of the 9 swords of Dugu in the future, I will share them with you." "Absolutely not. This way, won't I owe you more and more?" Li Zishuan laughed. It's fine. There's nothing between us brothers that we owe each other. Xian, aren't you treating me like an outsider?" Dugu Xian said helplessly. "All right then. It's getting late. We'll take our leave first." Li Zishuan nodded and personally sent the 2 of them out. Before Dugu Feiying left, he said, "Xiao Xin, does your academy teach martial arts? If it does, I'll enroll in it later." "Teach martial arts? Well, it's not like it's impossible." After sending the 2 brothers off, Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "Who said that the academy can only teach knowledge? Cultivating both literature and martial arts is not bad. Sigh. No. This bunch of kids are already fixed in their bones. It's too troublesome to teach them." This kind of unreliable thought came and went quickly. After a while, Li Zishuan threw it to the back of his mind and turned his attention to the manual of the solitary wind swordsmanship. F*CK. There's a mountain of treasures in the air, but I can't go in to see it. School was about to start soon, and he had to finish the last textbook, chemistry. He had no time to study swordsmanship. After stuffing the manual into the bookshelf, Li Zishuan bitterly became a porter again. A porter of knowledge. Ganlu Hall. Li Er put down his brush and leaned on the couch. After a while, he suddenly asked, "What has Li Zishuan been doing recently? Why haven't I heard anything about him?" Ever since Li Zishuan returned at the beginning of the year, he had been stirring up trouble in Chang and city. Recently, he had suddenly been quiet for so long that Li Er was not used to it. That was why he asked this question. Zhao Song stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Li Xianan has been in his residence recently. He should be busy with Yanhuang College." However, 7 days ago, Li Xianan personally went to Yunshan and brought His Highness Prince Wei back to Chang, and from the mountain. After hearing this, Li Er was puzzled and asked, "Qingke? How could he bear to come back from there? What is he doing now?" Zhao Song replied, "I don't know. Ever since His Highness Prince Wei returned, he has been in his residence. I don't know what His Highness is busy with. However, there have been many scholars coming in and out of the Prince Wei's residence recently." Li Er said curiously, "Hey, all of them are not coming out. Zhao Song, let Qingke enter the palace to see me later. After returning to Chang, and for so long, I haven't seen this child enter the palace to greet his mother. This is outrageous." Zhao Song bowed and said, "Yes." Chapter 594. Prince Wei's Mansion, Literature Hall. There were a dozen or so middle-aged scholars shuttling back and forth among the mountains of books. They were either reading ancient books, discussing with each other in low voices, or flipping through the books while taking notes. The room was filled with a dense aura of books. It had to be said that Li Tai's literature library had a large collection of books. There were at least 10,000 volumes, which was almost equivalent to a small-scale library. And what was Li Tai doing? This little fatty was currently hugging a book, immersed in reading at a table near the window. His expression was sometimes shocked, sometimes intoxicated, as if there was a peerless beauty in the book. Apui, there should be a table full of peerless delicacies, causing him to be deeply immersed, unable to extricate himself. Ahem, to the current Li Tai, beauty was far less attractive than delicacies. Your Highness. At this moment, a gray-robed scholar walked in from outside. He came to Li Tai's side and called out softly. There was only silence in response. Li Tai still sat there without moving. He didn't even look up. It seemed like he didn't hear him at all. The gray-robed scholar had no choice but to increase his volume and continue calling out, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" However, he muttered in his heart, "Ever since Prince Wei entered the Imperial College to study, he has never studied so seriously like now. What's wrong with him today? It's really strange." Li Tai finally noticed that someone was calling him. He raised his head and looked at the person. A trace of apology immediately appeared on his face. He stood up and said, "Ahem." This prince obtained a new book and was fascinated by it. "Scholar Xiao, what's the matter?" The gray-robed scholar in front of him was called Xiao Dian. He was a scholar of the Hongwen Library and was born in an official's family. His father and grandfather were high-ranking officials of the Qin Kingdom during the Southern Dynasty. During the Wuda era, they served as the Eastern Palace's subordinate, the crown prince, and washed his horse. This person belonged to the kind of person who spent his life pursuing the truth of knowledge. He was not interested in fame, fortune, or official struggles. "My ambition is to study from day to night without rest. Every time you want to open the 5 classics, you have to tie your belt, wash your hands, and sit still." If history developed according to the normal trajectory, in a few years, Xiao Dian would become one of the main contributors to Li Tai's Kuodiji. "Your Highness." His Majesty just sent someone to pass on a message, saying that he wants you to make a trip to the palace. Of course, Xiao Dian wouldn't get angry with a child like Li Tai. Seeing that Li Tai had returned to his senses, he hurriedly replied, "Oh, I'll go now." Li Tai reluctantly closed the book, tidied his clothes, and left. As for the book, of course, he couldn't carry it around with him. Instead, he left it on the table. The literature hall was his. What was there to worry about if he put his book in there? What book is this? This old man has read all the books in the literature hall. Why have I never seen this book before? After Li Tai left, Xiao Dian was about to turn around and busy himself with his own matters. However, he was suddenly attracted by the book on the table that Li Tai had just closed and didn't have a single word on the cover. He stood in front of the table and muttered to himself, "This son pays his respects to father." In the Sweet Dew Hall, the rotund Li Tai walked in with small steps and bowed to Lier. His appearance looked rather comical. No wonder Lier had always doted on this son. "Qingke is here. Rise." Lier raised his head when he heard the voice and smiled. Li Tai straightened his body and cupped his hands. "Thank you, father." Lier smiled, then put down the memorial in his hand that he was reading halfway, and asked, "I heard that you haven't been to Yunshan for the past few days. Qingke?" Replying to father, "That's indeed the case. Since that's the case, why are you still in a hurry these past few days? I don't see you entering the palace to pay your respects to me and your mother." Lier frowned and asked in a deep voice. Previously, after Li Tai went to Yunshan to help build the academy, Empress Zhangsun felt sorry for her son's tiredness from running back and forth every day. Thus, she exempted Li Tai from entering the palace to pay his respects every day. Now that Li Tai had returned from Yunshan for some unknown reason, he still hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects. This made Li Er a little unhappy. He could tolerate his son's lack of aptitude, but he couldn't tolerate them being disloyal and unfilial. Li Tai's fat face turned red. To be honest, he hadn't entered the palace to pay his respects for a long time and had forgotten about this. Of course, this was something that he couldn't say out loud. He had a legitimate reason. This is indeed this son's negligence. This son will go and pay his respects to mother later. This son has been too busy these past few days and has become muddle-headed. I hope father can forgive me. Muddle-headed from being too busy? What are you busy with? Replying to father, it's some studies that teacher has given to this son. Yanhuang College is about to start school. Teacher, Li has been compiling textbooks behind closed doors for the past month. From what I heard, this son seems to be planning to open 4 courses for the new students. They are mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography. About 7 days ago, Mr. Li brought me back from Yunshan Mountain because he wanted me to participate in the compilation of the geography teaching materials. Thus, this son has been collecting ancient books and literature with the scholars in the literature hall for reference. Li Er's face cleared up a little when he heard this. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he stood up and asked, "Geography? Isn't he teaching engineering? Why is he teaching geography? For no reason. Does this kid really think that he's Zhuge Kongming, who knows everything from astronomy to geography?" When Li Tai heard this, he looked slightly excited and said, "Father is wise. Teacher, Li really knows geography." This morning, teacher sent the first draft of the geography textbook to this son's residence. This son opened it and was deeply immersed in it. I couldn't extricate myself. I didn't even eat lunch. Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level, and so on. Teacher put forward some new concepts in the book. It made the son feel as if he opened up a new world. This geography textbook is definitely better than any of the classics in the past. Li Er was slightly moved. No one knew a son better than his father. Li Tai had always been arrogant. A book that could make him praise, "It's so much must be extraordinary." Latitude and longitude, contour lines, sea level, what are all these things? Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Father, this latitude and longitude is a set of data that teacher specified for each place on the map. It's convenient to find the location on the map. Contour lines are curves that distinguish the height of the terrain on the map. The sea level is the average height of the sea. This is used as a reference for the height of the terrain on the ground." Li Er frowned when he heard this. He didn't understand a single word that Li Tai said. Thus he frowned and said, "Where is that geography textbook now? I want to see how magical it is." Chapter 5, 95. The geography textbook that Li Arian wanted to read was currently being observed by several scholars. Hiss, the earth under our feet is actually spherical? How is this possible? Li Tai already knew that the earth was spherical, so he wasn't surprised at all when he saw these things. At first, Xiao Diyan didn't suppress his curiosity and quietly opened the book that Li Tai left behind. When he saw the first page, he couldn't help but exclaim. This inexplicable exclamation also attracted the attention of the 2 scholars beside him. However, Xiao Diyan couldn't care about this at this moment. He had already put all his attention into the book. He wanted to find out the truth. The first chapter of the geography textbook compiled by Li Zishuan talked about the earth and maps. After saying that the earth was spherical, Li Zishuan gave some evidence that could be given under the conditions of this era to prove that the earth was spherical. After Xiao Dian finished reading, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head was buzzing. He originally wanted to refute the point of view in this book, but after reading this small chapter, he could no longer refute it. However, he found it hard to accept that the earth was spherical for a moment. Oh my God! The earth under our feet is so big. The Tang Empire only occupies such a small area. There are so many countries in the north, west, and south of the Tang Empire. 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean, and 30% is land. How is this possible? The meridian from the south to the north that passes through the Taiji Palace is called the prime meridian or the 0-degree meridian. From the 0-degree meridian to the east and west, it increases to 180 degrees. From the equator, 0-degree latitude, to the north and south poles, it increases to 90 degrees. It divides the earth, and each part corresponds to a latitude and longitude. Hiss, who wrote this book, who proposed the longitude and latitude, it's too bold. He wants to use the Tang Empire as a reference to divide the world. This idea, this boldness, it's simply amazing. At first, only 2 people were attracted, but when they saw the wonderful parts of the book, the 3 people exclaimed again and again. Finally, all the scholars in the room were attracted. Gradually, as time went by, the people in the room were all shocked by the spirit of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth. No one had ever told them that the earth was round. No one had ever told them how big the earth was, and no one had ever told them how big the earth was or how many oceans and lands there were, and no one had ever divided the earth by latitude and longitude. Just by reading the first chapter of the book, these grand scholars felt that their worldview had been completely overturned, and they were still in a state of confusion. Scholar Xiao, His Majesty, has sent someone here. He said that he wants to help Prince Wei take away the geography textbook that he was reading earlier. Just when everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless, a manservant walked in from outside and cupped his hands at Xiao Dian. Seeing that an outsider came in to escape from the Tang Empire, escape from the Tang Empire Tang Empire was to the Tang Empire to read the book. After all, this book was Li Tai's private book. It was against the rules for them to read it without permission. Xiao Dian's face turned red. He stood up and looked at the servant and asked, "Geography teaching material? What geography teaching material? Did His Highness say it clearly?" Although the servant felt that the atmosphere in the room was strange, he did not dare to raise any questions. He directly answered, "His Highness said that it was the book that he read earlier." Xiao Dian suddenly understood. He picked up the book on the table and looked at it. He reluctantly handed it over and said, "Then it's this book. Take it and give it to the person sent by His Majesty." Yes, the servant took it solemnly and then left. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Xiao Dian sighed and said, "So this book is called Geography. It's really a peerless book." Another scholar also sighed and said, "Yes, let's not talk about whether the things in this book are correct or not. The person who can come up with these ideas is definitely a peerless genius. Just this courage and boldness is something that this old man can't compare to." Xiao Dian nodded in agreement and said, "Brother Xie's words are reasonable. I just don't know who wrote this book. How did it appear in the literature hall out of thin air?" This Brother Xie was Xie Yan. He was also a scholar in Li Tai's literature hall. He was also one of the people who would revise and write GDG in the future. Xie Yan replied, "This book seems to have been sent to His Highness Prince of Wei by someone in the morning. After His Highness Prince of Wei received the book, he has been reading it. He didn't even eat lunch. Xiao Dian frowned and said, His Highness said that this book is a geography teaching material. What kind of literature hall would use this kind of teaching material? I have never heard of this before. Xie Yan thought for a while and suddenly shouted in shock, Yanhuang College! Only a strange existence like Yanhuang College would use such a strange teaching material. Also, His Highness asked us to search for the past few days. It's very likely that it has something to do with this geography teaching material. When Xiao Dian heard this, he agreed and said, Brother Xie's analysis is right. If that's the case, then the person who wrote this book can only be pointing to the sky and drawing the earth, dividing the world. This kid is really bold. Not bad, not bad. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er received the geography book from Prince of Wei's residence. After reading it for half an hour, he clapped his hands and laughed. The reason why he said it was not bad was mainly because Li Zishuan defined the zero meridian as the meridian that passed through Taiji Palace. This made Li Er, who valued the holy name, very proud and satisfied. As for the theory that the earth was spherical, Li Tai had introduced it to him before. Now that he saw it written in the book, he wasn't too surprised. Is this a world map? Why does my Tang Empire only occupy such a small area? And why are there so many gaps in my Tang Empire's territory? Casually flipping through the teaching material, a large map instantly attracted Li Er's attention. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Er raised his head and frowned. Li Tai coughed and explained, Father, although the Tang Empire has a vast territory, it's really only so big on Earth. As for why there are gaps, it's because Mr. Li doesn't know much about our Tang Empire's mountains, rivers, provinces, and counties, so he handed the task of perfecting this book to me. After receiving the book today, I'm planning to start perfecting it. Li Er nodded and stared at the map for a long time. Then he raised his head, and an indescribable expression flashed in his eyes. He said to Li Tai, Good. Then, Qingke, you can go back. You must pay attention to the perfection of this book. Chapter 596. Scholar Xiao, Scholar Xie, you guys haven't left yet? Li Tai hugged the geography book. When he came back from the palace, he saw that no one was missing in the literature hall. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Li Er called him to the palace, it was already very late. At this time, the sky would probably turn dark in a while, so Li Tai was surprised. Xiao Dian went forward and chuckled, We were all waiting for your highness to come back. May I ask your highness, why is his majesty looking for you? Under normal circumstances, Xiao Dian definitely wouldn't ask such an unruly question. But today, he was already stunned by the views in the geography book. Moreover, Li Er specially sent people to retrieve the geography book. This meant that Li Er looking for Li Tai today definitely had something to do with geography. He really wanted to know what Li Er thought of this book. Li Tai was startled. Although he felt that Xiao Dian's question was very impolite, he still answered, It's nothing big. This prince had already planned to do this long ago. It doesn't matter if Father Emperor sends a mission or not. Oh, damn. Speaking until here, Li Tai seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He slapped his head and said with regret, After getting the book in the morning, I was too engrossed in it and actually forgot to tell everyone about proper business. It shouldn't be. What proper business? Xiao Dian, Xie Yan, and the others asked in unison. Li Tai took out the book from his chest and said, This book is called Geography. It's Yanhuang College's teaching material. This morning, Mr. Li asked someone to send it to this prince. This teaching material was compiled by him, but there are some missing contents and needs to be supplemented. This is the reason why this prince gathered everyone to help collect the mountain and river records. AI. This prince has accidentally wasted another day. Xiao Dian's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat excitedly, "Does your highness mean that you want us to help perfect this geography book?" Xiao Dian had already guessed who the author of this book was, so he was not surprised at all. But now he was suddenly interested in the task that Li Tai was going to assign to them. To Xiao Dian, who had been pursuing knowledge and truth all his life, it was simply too blissful to have the opportunity to participate in the compilation of such a peerless book. Li Tai nodded and replied, Scholar Xiao is right. That is exactly what I meant. Next, I will have to trouble you all. My imperial father is also very concerned about this matter. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, everyone will start to improve the contents of this book. We must hand over a complete textbook of geography within 7 days. When the time comes, I will reward you handsomely. When the scholars heard this, some frowned, and some rejoiced. Xiao Dian thought for a while and asked, Your Highness, isn't 7 days a little short? Li Tai spread his hands helplessly and said, That can't be helped. Yanhuang College will start school in half a month, so we must complete it as soon as possible. This prince will work hard with everyone in these few days. What's more, Mr. Li only spent 7 days to complete 90% of the book's contents. With so many of us, can't we complete the remaining 10% of the book in 7 days? Ah, only 7 days. When Xiao Dian heard this, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He never would have thought that the book that overturned his worldview was actually written by a single person in just 7 days. This directly made him doubt his life. The rest of the scholars were not much better. Their eyes were even bigger than Cheng Yaojin's eyes. Since ancient times, scholars despised each other. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. Among scholars, no one was willing to submit to anyone. But at this moment, when they heard from Li Tai about Li Zishuan's abnormal speed, who would dare to say that they were unconvinced? Your Highness, rest assured, this old man will do his best. Although Li Zishuan's abnormal speed left many of them in the dust, Li Tai's last sentence still aroused Xiao Dian's competitive spirit in his heart. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, rest assured, we will do our best. When the rest of the scholars saw this, they also cupped their hands and said, Li Tai laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, good. This prince will also do his best with everyone. Why is Erlang so energetic today? Late at night, in Empress Zhongxuan's bedroom, the candlelight was still swaying in the room. There were some faint sounds that were not suitable for children, which made the little palace maid guarding outside the door blush. For a long time, it was calm. The two palace maids could not help but look at each other, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Empress Zhongxun lay in Lier's arms and said lazily. Lier heard this and laughed. He put his head less than an inch away from Zhongxuan's face and said meaningfully, listening to Guanin's words, It seems that she is complaining that I only come here once every day. Then I will be like today every time in the future. How about that? There were 4 great joys in life: rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and being nominated for the imperial role. Although they had been husband and wife for many years, the relationship between Lier and Empress Zhongxun belonged to the type of aged wine. The longer it was, the more mellow. Therefore, after a certain someone got married twice, he was in a very good mood. Empress Zhongsun symbolically punched Li Er's chest and said angrily, "Erling, you are not serious again. I am asking you seriously. I feel that Erlang is a little unusual today." Li Er laughed loudly and then said, "Maid Guanyin, you know me?" "Ha ha, that's right. My heart is full of fighting spirit today." Empress Zhongsun asked curiously, "Oh, why?" Li Er turned sideways and hugged Empress Zhongsun completely in his arms. He patted Empress Zhongsun's jade back and sighed deeply. After the Wei River Alliance, the whole Tang Empire is hoarding provisions and preparing the soldiers and horses. Seeing the Tang Empire's national strength gradually increasing, while I am gratified, I also can't help but feel a little lonely. I am thinking that my Tang Empire is full of talents and fierce generals. According to this trend, in less than 2 years, the Turks will be destroyed. At that time, who can be my opponent? Ha ha! I didn't expect that child Chinke to give me something today that actually untied the knot in my heart. Maid Guanyin, guess what it is? Empress Zhongsun looked at the man beside her, who was smiling from the bottom of his heart and suddenly felt very happy. She shook her head and said, "I can't guess. Erling, tell me." Li Er smiled and said, "Ha ha, it is a map, a world map. I only found out today that my Tang Empire's vast territory is not even the size of a palm on the world map. I only found out today that other than the Turks, Tibetans, and Xinhua, there are so many countries and so many powerful opponents on the aristocratic families. Chapter 597. To the west of the Tang Empire, there's a country bigger than the Tang Empire called the Arab Empire. Further west, there's a big country called the Byzantine Empire. Ha ha, this world is really interesting. I have to ask Li Zishuan about the strength of these two countries. Speaking of the source of his excitement, Li Er couldn't help but laugh proudly. Zhongsun wasn't stupid. After listening for such a long time, she had long understood that the man beside her had the competitive spirit again tonight. However, she had never heard of the Arabian Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Therefore, she asked softly, "Erlang, is this world map accurate or not? How does that kid Xiaoxian know about those countries in the far west?" Li Er was stunned and replied, "The map should be accurate. That kid is preparing to use this as a teaching material for Yanhuang College in the future. How can he teach something that isn't accurate to the students? As for how he knows about those countries, that's hard to say. This kid has too many doubts, so this one won't make a difference. As long as his heart is with the Tang Empire, I'll turn a blind eye." Empress Zhongsun nodded. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Oh, right, Erlang. Speaking of Yanhuang College, I heard from my subordinates that many houses on Yunshan Mountain have been completed. In Xiaoshuan's college, the architectural style is not only strange, but also extremely luxurious. Yunshan Mountain used to be cold and cheerless, but now it has become a place where the people of Chang and flock like ducks. It suddenly became lively. I'm really curious about how many students he will be able to recruit this time." Li Er smiled slightly and said, "It must be a lot. This kid is very good at creating public opinion. With the overwhelming publicity of Tang Daily, there's no place in the 358 provinces of the Tang Empire that doesn't know about the engineering school and Yanhuang College. But this college, I've only seen the sand table and haven't seen what it really looks like. When I'm free in the future, I'll accompany Maid Guanyin to take a look." Empress Zhongsun smiled sweetly and said, "And, okay." Li Er used his chin to press against Empress Zhongsun's forehead, slowly saying, "Just geography. This brat gave Shen such a big surprise." I heard from Qingke that this batch of students from Yanhuang College will be learning 4 courses. We are now looking forward to what surprises the other 3 courses will bring to us and the great Tang. Dad, why do you have to wake me up early in the morning every day? The next morning, Duke Lu's mansion. Cheng Chimo rubbed his sleepy eyes and complained to Cheng Yaojin. Good morning. Early my ass. Don't you see that your schoolmates are already on their way to Yinshan? You're the only lazy one who's late every day. Cheng Yaojin slapped the table and reprimanded in a bad mood. Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, Isn't it the same whether we go sooner or later? Xiaoxian and I are good brothers. Xiaoxian won't blame me if I go late. This is really a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water, thick-skinned, stinking shameless. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he glared. He picked up the stick next to him and waved it over. You stinking brat. You don't know how to make progress. And you still have a reason? You don't let lousy study hard and always score last in the exams. You don't let lousy practice martial arts well. You're already so old and you're still a dabbler in the body tempering stage. How did lousy give birth to such a disappointing son? Cheng Chumo fled in all directions while shouting, Hey, 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 Dad, stop it. Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? So what if my grades are last? I'm not in the last 5, and I've never been on the roll of shame. So what if I'm in the body tempering stage? A lot of people haven't even succeeded in drawing qi. To be honest, Cheng Chumo felt wronged. He knew what he was capable of, and he also knew that he wasn't outstanding. However, he originally thought that his father would also know. He hadn't been outstanding for so long, so why did his father suddenly explode today? Could it be that he was provoked by something? Humph! You little bastard. You're really shameless? See, if lousy doesn't beat you to death today. When Cheng Yaojin heard his son's shameful words, he, who was already angry, completely exploded. He dodged and easily caught Cheng Chumo, who was still trying to escape. Then he raised the stick and greeted Cheng Chumo's, but, ouch! Mother! Save me! Cheng Chumo's stick hit hard. Cheng Chumo immediately cried out in pain. No, it should be crying for his mother. Stop! Sure enough, Madame Cheng didn't let her son down. She came out after being called for a long time. She angrily walked over and snatched the stick from Cheng Yaojin's hand. Then she scolded, You old thing, why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? It's fine if you're crazy, but why are you venting your anger on ugly cow? Cheng Yaojin snorted, I'm educating this ignorant thing. Madame Cheng didn't let it go. What do you mean ignorant? Did you only know what kind of character your son has today? If you're angry, go to the backyard and move stones. Don't vent your anger on your son. Did you only know what kind of character your son has today? Cheng Chumo was so touched that he almost cried. For the first time, he felt that the feeling of being looked down on was so good. Cheng Yaojin was hit where it hurt, and he angrily said, Humph! A loving mother is a loser. Let's not compare Xiaoxian. Look at that kid from the Dugu family. He became a master before he was 30. What about this kid? He only knows how to be lazy and idle all day long. Cheng Chumo was stunned. He finally understood why his father went crazy this morning. It was because he saw someone else's outstanding child and was provoked. He chuckled and said, Ha, Dad, so that's why you're angry. That kid, Dugu Xian, only became a master by luck with Xiaoshuan's help. Besides, he has a strong foundation in martial arts. Do you have to compare him to me? Cheng Yaojin said, angrily. "Oh, you still have the nerve to say that? Between you and Dugu Xian, who got to know Xiao Xian first, and in the end, Xiao Xian helped Dugu Xian to break through, and you're still sleeping at home. You don't know how to reflect on yourself." Chung Chumo was puzzled. What should I reflect on? Reflect on why Xiao Xian helped Dugu Xian to break through, and not you. How would I know why? Chung Yaojin really wanted to say, "I'm really F***ed up." However, his wife was beside him, and he could not say that. He could only say angrily, "Isn't it because you're lazy and don't know how to improve yourself that Xiao Xian doesn't want to be with you?" Chung Chumo pursed his lips and said, "That's not it. Xiao Xian is much lazier than me." Chung Yaojin was speechless. Chapter 598. Achoo! Ah, achoo! Li Zixuan, who was engrossed in writing in the study, inexplicably sneezed twice. He was already under pressure from a bunch of chemical reactions, and at this moment, he was even more depressed. Damn, which family's little girl is thinking of me? Sigh. It's also a sin to be too outstanding. As the saying goes, when you sneeze once, someone will scold you. When you sneeze twice, someone will think of you. When you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. And when you sneeze thrice, someone will think of you. That's why Li Zixuan shamelessly muttered to himself, "Ha! Who are you thinking of?" Han Yushi pushed open the door at this time and quietly came to Li Zixuan's side. Li Zixuan blushed and quickly said, "Cough, cough. You still need to ask?" "Of course, I'm thinking of you." Han Yushi sneered and said, "Glib tongue, it's clearly not like that." Although that was what she said, Han Yushi didn't intend to dig into it seriously. She was mostly joking. Li Zixuan smiled embarrassedly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the cup of bright red juice that Han Yushi brought in. He said in surprise, "Ah, this is iced watermelon juice." Logically speaking, there were no juicers in the Tang Dynasty. Han Yushi smiled gently and said, "Ah, how did you know?" I smelled it. Was there anything more blissful than having a cup of iced watermelon juice in front of him on a hot summer day? Li Zixuan didn't bother to ask Han Yushi how she squeezed the juice at this time. He directly picked up the cup and enjoyed it while answering Han Yushi's question. Now it seemed that although writing books at home was a little tough, it felt good to have a considerate person by his side to take care of him. 6 days later. Ha, I'm finally freaking liberated. Damn it, I didn't expect being a rich second-generation heir to be so tough. On this day, Li Zixuan finally walked out of his western courtyard. His 1-month closed-door training had made the people of Chang and very lonely without the big news that he made every now and then the people of Chang, and felt that their lives were less interesting. Fortunately, they still had the Tang daily to pass the time. He, young master, have you come out of seclusion? Xiao He trotted over from a distance and said with a bright smile, That's right. What do you think? I went into seclusion for a month. Xiao He, did you miss me? Li Zixuan squinted his eyes and teased. Cough. Actually, it couldn't be said to be flirting. He had been with the 2 maidservants for so long that they couldn't be more familiar with each other. Rather than flirting, it was more like playing around. Li Zixuan would never joke about this kind of thing with an unfamiliar girl. Speaking of which, during the month of his closed-door training, not only were the people outside unable to see him, but even many people in the mansion rarely saw him. Xiao He, who spent every day in the western courtyard, could only see Li Zixuan's real body when he came out to go to the toilet every day. No way. Young master, aren't you afraid that young madam won't let you enter the room at night. Xiaohe wasn't afraid of Li Zixuan. She stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Li Zixuan was amused by her words. He laughed carelessly and said, "Ha, my Yushi isn't such a person. On the other hand, little girl, when you get married in the future, you might become a fierce shrew. Young master, you—" Xiaohe was furious. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Li Zixuan with the other. She said angrily, "Young master, you're too much. Xiaohe doesn't want to get married. I'm ignoring you." If the person in front of her wasn't Li Zixuan, with Xiaohe's unruly temperament, she would have already verbally abused him or punched him. It was rare that the little girl could still maintain her last bit of rationality at this time. "Ha ha, little girl, you still want to fight with me?" Li Zixuan looked at Xiaohe's back and muttered to himself happily. It seemed pretty good to be able to bicker with such an unruly little girl every day. "Husband, you're really too much. How can a girl like Xiaohe withstand your words?" Han Yushi walked in from outside the courtyard and complained to Li Zixuan slightly. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. This little girl forgets everything after a meal and a nap." Han Yushi was speechless. She looked at Xiaohe's back and then turned to Li Zixuan and said, "By the way, Mother just said that the villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village have begun to urge us to collect rent. It just so happens that you finished your work, husband, so I won't participate." Li Zixuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that he was a big landlord. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to eat at home and wait for death. However, since ancient times, when would a villager take the initiative to urge the owner to collect rent? It was really strange. Shaking his head and throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Zixuan replied, "That's fine. I'll go on a trip. But wife, how's the harvest on the farm this year?" With his current wealth, of course, he didn't care about the rent. The quality of the annual harvest didn't affect him much, but the impact on the villagers was too great. That was why he asked this question. Han Yushi's face darkened when she heard this. She said softly, "There's little rain this year. I heard from my father that the harvest on the farm wasn't very good. Overall, it will be about 10 to 20% less than last year." The villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village didn't have much of an impact because you gave them a discount on raising chickens. However, the villagers of the other farms probably didn't have it easy. Li Zixuan heard this and couldn't help but ask, didn't the imperial court also issue a decree to reduce the burden of raising chickens? Although it's not as strong as our families, it can at least reduce their burden? Han Yushi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Although the imperial court's decree can reduce the burden of some people, that's only for the villagers who have land to enjoy. Most of the villagers farm the land of the landlords. Those landlords can't wait to collect 100% of the rent. Why would they care about the lives of the villagers?" The Tang Dynasty implemented a system of equalization of fields. Yongya fields and oral fields were divided. Yongya fields could be inherited and didn't need to pay taxes. Oral fields had to pay taxes and had to be returned to the country when they died. Every adult could be allocated 80 mu of oral fields and 20 mu of Yongya fields. Yongya fields could be bought and sold. When the year wasn't good, many people's oral fields weren't enough to pay taxes. They had no choice but to sell their Yongya fields. The landlords collected a lot of Yongya fields, but their oral fields were only 80 mu. They only needed to pay a small amount of taxes. What about the villagers who sold their Yongya fields? Although they received a large sum of money from selling their land, they still had 80 mu of oral fields to pay taxes. When the year wasn't good, they would still have to spend a lot of money. Therefore, many people eventually went to the landlords to rent land to make up for their income. Chapter 599. The land equalization system implemented at the beginning of the Tang Dynasty was one of the means to cultivate the feudal landlord's annexation power and consolidate the foundation of the feudal regime. The law itself was to protect the landlord class, so, of course, it would be more lenient to them. The reason for this situation was mainly because the era was different. The sharpest contradictions in society were also different, so the policies implemented were naturally different. At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, when the country was just established, there were many things waiting to be done. A lot of land was wasteland, so there was no need to worry about land. On the other hand, the ruler had to cultivate a group of feudal landlords to consolidate the regime. But later, with the development of land annexation, farmers lost a lot of land, and rent adjustment could not continue to be implemented. The government's land tax income was greatly reduced, and financial difficulties. Therefore, during the Tang Dizong period, the tax system was reformed and implemented two tax systems. The biggest change was to change the tax based on the number of people to the tax based on the amount of land. This increased the country's land tax income and weakened the landlord's power. Li Zishuan sighed helplessly. "AI, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now, I, Li Zishuan, can be considered to have a small fortune, but I am powerless to help the world." Logically speaking, he also felt that the current land tax system of the Tang Dynasty was a trap, but what could he do? Although his rank was not low, he did not have much authority in the imperial court. With his strength alone, he could not change the situation at all. Han Yushi stepped forward and took the initiative to hold Li Zishuan's hand. She said, "Helping the world has nothing to do with one's personal wealth. No matter how rich husband is, it's impossible to support everyone in the world, right?" Laozi said, "Instead of giving a man fish, it is better to teach a man to fish. Instead of giving others money, it is better to teach them a survival skill. In fact, husband, what you are doing now is helping the world. Yanhuang College teaches and educates people. 10 years later, or even 100 years later, people will forget how glorious and rich our family is now, but there will definitely be a lot of people who will remember that our family's Yanhuang College has cultivated a large number of talents. Although husband did not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and expand the country's territory, what husband did is more glorious than those generals on the battlefield. This concubine feels extremely honored to have married such an outstanding person like my husband." Han Yushi's words could be said to be true. That love that came from the depths of her heart, no one doubted that it was fake. After Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. Right now, he felt really comfortable in his heart. Cough, cough. That's right, so comfortable. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had a female fan, and it was a liquor. How could he not feel comfortable? Also, Han Yushi almost praised him as a saint. This made him a little smug. And such a real female fan. Pink. Li Zishuan wiped his nose and said, "Cough, cough. Wife, you're praising me so much that I'm almost embarrassed. Come, come, come. Say a few more words." The words that were just about to come out of Han Yushi's mouth were immediately blocked by Li Zishuan's big turn of events. She almost choked. She was both angry and amused as she said, "I was serious just now, but you're being sarcastic again. Young master, When the husband and wife were flirting, Xiaoxi took small steps and ran in from outside. She bowed to Han Yushi and then said to Li Zixuan, "Young master, old Mr. Li Gang sent his little grandson to pass a message. He said that there's something important for you to go to his residence for a chat." Oh, Li Zixuan was stunned at first. Then he reacted and said to Han Yushi, "Wife, looks like I have to go and get busy again. In the afternoon, let Uncle Wang go to the manor to collect the rent. Father-in-law is there to take care of it, so there shouldn't be any problems. You just rest at home." "Sai, what's the matter?" "Husband," Han Yushi asked in confusion, but Li Zixuan's figure had already disappeared. This made her a little depressed. "Xiaoxi, old Mr. Li, why are you looking for my husband?" Since the main character had run away, Han Yushi could only ask Xiaoxi, the witness. Xiaoxi's face was bitter as she shook her head and said, "Young mistress, even you don't know about this. How would I know?" When Han Yushi heard that, she felt that it made sense and felt slightly depressed. At this moment, Li Zixuan ran back in a hurry and shouted as he ran, "Hey, hey, hey! Wife, hurry! Hurry and help your husband to tie up my hair and change my clothes." Just as he ran out of the front yard, he realized that he was wearing the short-sleeved shirt and shorts that his wife had specially made for him. Moreover, his appearance was very bad. Because he had been staying at home to write his book, his long hair was messy. If it weren't for his handsome face, he would probably be treated as a beggar walking on the street at this moment. Han Yushi was speechless by Li Zixuan's actions. She followed Li Zixuan into the house and covered her mouth as she laughed. "Since when did my husband care so much about his appearance?" After dressing up, Li Zixuan brought Li Gang's 6 or 7-year-old grandson, Li Anren, and rushed to Xiujiang Square. When he heard Xiaoxi say that Li Gang was looking for him, he immediately thought of the time when he personally visited Li Gang. Li Gang had told him that he would help him find a few respectable teachers from the academy. Among them, there were a few people who knew about mechanisms and machines. Li Zixuan had always wanted such talents. That was why he was so concerned about his appearance today. He didn't want others to look down on him because of his sloppy appearance. That would be too much of a joke. Furthermore, if he wore short-sleeved shirt and shorts over, Li Gang would probably kick him and scold him for being a disgrace. "Anren, how can your grandfather be at ease and come over alone?" Li Zixuan had his own way of coaxing children. After stuffing a few pieces of the Li family's exclusive delicacies, Li Anren instantly started calling out, "Brother Xian, Brother Xian." The speed of his betrayal was within Li Zixuan's expectations. An old grandpa and 2 big brothers came over. Grandfather couldn't leave, so he asked Anren to come over. Li Anren licked the syrup at the corner of his mouth and said in a childish voice. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. "Ha ha! Good. Looks like Li Gang really found a teacher for me. A teacher from Yanhuang College is here." When he thought of this, Li Zixuan patted Li Anren's head and smiled. "Anren, let's go. Let's go see your grandfather." When he thought of the mysterious teacher that Li Gang mentioned who was proficient in machines, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel unusually excited. Chapter 600. His family's carriage had just been pulled to the rear courtyard for a thorough cleaning this morning, so it shouldn't be dry yet. Li Gang didn't seem to be in a hurry either. From the looks of it, he should be freeloading at Li Zixuan's house for lunch. Therefore, Li Zixuan brought Li Anren with him and rushed to Crooked River Square on foot. For nearly a month, they had not strolled outside like now. Li Zixuan looked at the people coming and going around. He felt that charm, and City seemed to be more lively than before, but this was only a guess in his heart. He was not sure. "Hey, little brother, please wait." At this moment, a young man carrying a bookcase, who looked like a scholar going to the capital to take the exam, walked over quickly and greeted Lisa Schwan. Lisa Schwan looked around. After making sure that the scholar was asking him, he asked curiously, "Your Excellency, what's the matter?" The scholar smiled shyly, then cupped his hands and said, "I heard that Yanhuang College is spreading the knowledge of making mortals soar in the sky, and on the 18th of this month, they are recruiting students. Therefore, I came all the way from Bingzhou to see this grand event. I am ashamed to say that I have just arrived in Chang and am not familiar with the place. I have passed by several inns, but there are no vacant rooms. I don't know if there are any other inns where I can stay. I hope this little brother can give me some guidance." Lisa Schwan was stunned. It turned out that the person in front of him had come all the way from Taiyuan to take the exam of Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, today was the 8th of September, and Yanhuang College's entrance exam would begin in 10 days. No wonder there were so many people in Chang and City. Most of them should be candidates from other places. Thinking of this, Lisa Schwan could not help but smile and said, "So you are here for Yanhuang College. Sorry for the disrespect. Brother, if you want to stay in a hotel, I recommend you to go to Chongren Square. There are all kinds of inns there, and I am sure there will be vacant rooms for you." Chongren Square in the northwest of the East Market of Chang, and was a place where inns gathered. To the west of this square was the imperial city where the government was located. It was very convenient to go there for the examination. To the southeast was the East Market, where it was convenient to go shopping. To the south was the Peace Square, where it was convenient to talk to the prostitutes. Because of these advantages, this square became the residence of scholars from other places who came to Chang, and for the selection of officials and the imperial examination. The service industry, such as restaurants and restaurants that were attached to it, were also very prosperous. It was noisy day and night, and the lights were endless. It was just like the nightlife center of Chang. And of course, the cost of living in a bustling place was naturally incomparable to other places. Li Sichuan also saw that the young scholar in front of him was dressed exquisitely and had a good temperament. He reckoned that his family background was not bad, so he recommended him to Chongren Lane, now that so many examinees had gathered in Chang. And those cheap inns were almost full. Only high-end inns could satisfy the needs of this man in front of him. The young scholar asked, "Where is this Chongren Square? Little brother, please enlighten me." Li Zishuan felt his teeth ache. He thought that this scholar's speech was a little troublesome. He pointed to the north and said, "Brother, follow this road to the north. After passing through 4 residential squares, you will see Chongren Lane." The scholar's face lit up. He hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked, "Little brother, thank you for your advice. I am Di Jixuan. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I will definitely invite you to drink and chat." Di Jixuan? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, when he read Young Di, Renjia, there was 4 heroes of Capital City. One of them was Di Jixuan, Di Renjia's father. However, he had been here for so long and was still a native of Chang, and he had never heard of the 4 heroes of Capital City. It was obvious that the stories in the novel were all fabricated. However, he did not expect to meet the future divine minister of Tang, Di Renjia's father. He really had the halo of a main character. "Brother Di, you are too polite. I believe that we will meet again in the future. Brother Di, don't you have any relatives in Chang? And why do you want to stay in an inn?" Li Zishuan smiled faintly and asked with deep meaning. If he remembered correctly, Di Renjia's grandfather, Di Jishuan's father, should be an official in the imperial court. According to historical records, Di Jishuan's father, Di Xiaoshu, had been the general manager of the army, the general, the left minister, the military envoy of Bian province, the golden-purple Guanglu Daifu, the scattered cavalry officer, and the provincial governor of Feng and Bian province. Later on, he was conferred the title of Liningnan and had a prominent position in the early Tang dynasty. Di Jishuan was Di Xiaoshu's fifth son. He was a man of great talent. Since his father was a high-ranking official in the imperial court and his family was wealthy, Di Jishuan had received a good education from a young age. According to the normal course of history, Di Jishuan would have taken the imperial examination in the 4th year of Xinguan and become an official. In the same year, he would have given birth to Di Renjia, the divine minister of Tang. At this time, Di Jishuan's face turned red. He cupped his hands and said, "I do have relatives working in Chang, and however, I don't want to cause any trouble when I come to take the examination of Yanhuang College." So it was also because Di Jishuan saw that Li Zixuan was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament that he explained that he was definitely not the son of an ordinary family. After all, they were in Chang, a city where officials were as numerous as dogs. Although his father was an official, he did not want to make enemies for his father. Li Zixuan chuckled when he heard that and hurriedly waved his hand. "Ha ha, I know. Brother Di, you don't have to say any more. Let's go to Chongren Square." From Di Jishuan's words, he guessed that Di Xiaoshu didn't bring all his family members to Chang, and when he was an official. He also hoped that Di Jishuan would take the imperial examination and become an official. Di Jishuan was young and frivolous. He was attracted by the large number of reports about Yanhuang Academy in the newspaper. However, because of Di Xiaoshu's opinion, he could only secretly come to Chang and to take the examination. This was a rebellious young man who left the Li family without permission. Di Jishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ha ha, then I will take my leave. Thank you very much, little brother." Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his hands in return. He said, "Brother Di, I wish you all the best in the examination and have a good time in Chang. And if you are free in the next few days, you can go to Yunshan Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Chang and take a look at Yanhuang College. Brother Di will not be disappointed." Di Jishuan's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "I will go and take a look." After that, the two of them cupped their hands and said goodbye. Li Zixuan took Lianren and continued to rush to Crooked River Square, looking at the crowded Chang, and he muttered to himself, "It's the golden autumn of September. Talents from all over the world are gathering. I wonder how many students will pass the examination this time." Chapter 601. According to the statistics of the various branches of the Tang Dynasty Daily, there were a total of 3,800 students who applied for the Yanhuang Academy. Even if they used the 50% reference rate, there would still be more than 1,900 students who came to take the exam. This number was more than the number of examinees who came to Chang, and every year, the imperial exam of the Tang Dynasty was held in January or February every year. Generally, registration would start in November of the previous year. The exam location was at the southern courtyard of the Ministry of Rites of the Shangshu province. The examiner was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. Generally, the number of examinees who came to Chang and for the exam every year was around 1,000. At its peak, it could reach 2,000 examinees. However, Li Zixuan's academy was able to attract 4,000 examinees. One had to say that his publicity work was really on point. In many people's eyes, Yanhuang College's entrance exam was second only to the imperial exam. After all, the imperial exam had a limited number of examinees. Mingjing could not exceed 100 examinees. Jinshi could not exceed 30 examinees. Yanhuang College didn't seem to have any restrictions as long as one could pass the exam. After entering Yanhuang College, one could use the Yanhuang College's mathematics to participate in the imperial exam. If one failed, one could use engineering to earn money to support his family and become a rich man. Or one could invent a divine artifact. Like Li Zishuan, one could directly become a baron from a commoner and reach the pinnacle of life. Of course, there were fewer people who took the imperial exam than the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Another reason was the threshold. The threshold for the imperial exam was obviously much higher than the threshold for Yanhuang College. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from two sources. The examinees who took the imperial exam came from Shengtu and Xianggong. There were many subjects in the imperial exam. According to the examinees' conditions and the content of the exam, they were divided into Xiuzai, Mingjing, Jinshi, Mingfa, Mingjing, etc. Shengtu were the examinees who passed the entrance exam of the Imperial College, Hongwen Institute, Chongwen Institute, and various institutes. Xianggong, on the other hand, was a person who had passed the capital and state examinations. They were also known as high scholars. They had to be recommended by someone. The examinees who came to the capital for the imperial examinations had to find a backer, hoping to be recognized by others. Therefore, it wasn't until the Kaiyuan age that the number of examinees participating in the imperial examination finally broke through the 2,000 mark. This number was far less than the number of examinees in the Song Dynasty. In the 5th year of Zhenzong Xianping of the Northern Song Dynasty, there were more than 44,000 examinees in the imperial capital. In comparison, the threshold for Yanhuang College's entrance exam was much lower. As long as one had a basic understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, and then delved into new mathematics, it was very likely that one would be admitted. There was no need to go to the top of the school, give gifts, or give red packets, and so on. Naturally, the number of people applying for the exam was much higher. After walking for about half an hour, Li Zishuan finally arrived at Xiujiang Square with Li Anren. "Ha ha, you're finally here. How rude of you to make us 2 old bones wait for a junior like you for so long." When they arrived at the Li family's house, Li Gang heard someone knocking on the door and came to open it. When he saw Li Zishuan, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan hurriedly clasped his hands and apologized. "I was delayed by something on the way here. Please don't blame me for it." After saying that, he saw 3 men in brown linen clothes following behind Li Gang. One of them was slightly older, estimated to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair was faintly silver, and his face was serious. His skin was slightly dark, and there were many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was tall and gave off a strong impression. However, why did this person look like a laborer and not a teacher? Why did Li Gang invite him over? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The other 2 people were slightly younger, but they were a little thin and belonged to the kind of people who were only skin and bones. At first glance, it was obvious that they were malnourished and often suffered hardships. However, the aura of these 2 young people was actually at the early stage of qi refining. This really surprised Li Zishuan. "Sir, who are these people?" Li Zishuan looked at the 3 of them and asked Li Gang. Although these 3 people didn't look like teachers from their appearance, Li Zishuan still had to ask out of politeness and respect. Moreover, he wasn't a person who cared about appearance. For men, as long as they didn't look scary and were capable, he didn't care about whether they were handsome or not. Cough, cough, when it came to women, he still paid a little attention to appearance. Ha ha, let's talk inside. Li Gang laughed and led them into the front hall. When they entered the room, they felt a trace of coolness. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. This was the ice that Li Gang had asked his subordinates to send to Li Gang's house every day after Li Gang agreed to work at Yanhuang College. It could be considered an exclusive benefit from the college. After they sat down, Li Gang raised his hand and laughed. Ha ha! Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is the 45th generation of the Mo family, Mr. Mo Huai. These two are the younger generation of Mr. Mo's family. They are Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. Brother Mo, this is Li Zishuan that this old man told you about. Don't be fooled by his young age. His ability is not small at all. After Li Gang finished speaking, Li Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. There was a huge wave in his heart. The Mo family. The Mo family's giant, this top school or top organization that originated from the Warring States period. Its leader actually looked like this and sat in front of him, the Mo family's giant. In the legend of Qin, the Mo family's giant, the six-fingered black warrior, wore a black cloak and held an ink plum that looked like a sword but not an attack. He had black eyebrows without a sharp edge and was all-powerful. Even the 5 elders of the Yinyang school could not take him down. There was also the 3rd generation of the Mo family's giant, the mysterious Yan Dan. What kind of existence was that? Why did the Mo family's giant in front of him look so unsophisticated? Even if he was a low-level version of the six-fingered black warrior, he would not be so low-level. Also, the Mo family's chivalry was so strong. From the Qin Dynasty to the Han Dynasty, the various rulers had never stopped suppressing the Mo family. Under such an environment, how could the Mo family survive until the Tang Dynasty? Li Zishuan did not read about this in his previous life. His understanding of the Mo family was still limited to the anime of the legend of Qin Dynasty. As for the status of the Mo family in the Tang Dynasty, he had no idea at all. Greetings to Mr. Mo and the 2 brothers Mo. With a stomach full of questions, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and greeted the 3 of them. I'm just a villager in the mountains. I can't accept the courtesy of Mr. Li. Mo Huai's cheeks moved slightly as he said with a solemn expression. There was no trace of a smile on his wrinkled old face. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. This old man was not someone who was easy to get along with. That's right, he was the giant of the Mo family. How could he become a teacher so easily? Looks like my mission today is not easy. This is the first collision of modern and ancient scientific knowledge, right? Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Li Zishuan thought maliciously in his heart. His principle in life was that if others were not convinced, then he would torture them until they were convinced. Chapter 602. Cough, cough. Old brother Mo. Little Xian is outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of our great Tang. Don't look down on him because of his age. In the main hall, Li Gang stroked his beard and said to Mo Huai with a spurious smile. He had lived a lifetime, from the emperor to the common people. What kind of person had he not seen? He had seen Mo Huai's reaction just now and remembered it in his heart, which was why he had reminded him. Of course, he was extremely dissatisfied with Mo Huai's contemptuous attitude because Li Zishuan was his superior. Mo Huai's contempt was also an insult to him, Li Gang. Mo Huai's expression froze. He looked at Li Gang and said with some dissatisfaction, Wenji, you came all the way here to send this mo to Chang, and just to let this Mo work under a 14 or 15-year-old child. Although the Mo clan has declined and disappeared from the world today, our Mo clan has not fallen to the point of listening to the orders of a child. Mo, why you? Li Gang's face flushed red. Li Gang had wanted to give the dying Mo clan a chance to prolong its feeble existence and display its remaining strength. But now, not only did Mo Huai not appreciate his kindness, he was even so arrogant. Li Gang could not help but feel anger rising in his heart. Ha ha! A hero's background does not matter, and a man's ambition does not depend on his age. Every dog has its day. Don't bully the young for being poor. The great son of the Mo clan is actually so short-sighted. It seems like the Mo clan's decline is not without reason. Before Li Gang could finish speaking, Li Zishuan mocked him. Some people, even at the lowest point in their lives, were still unwilling to give up their lofty status and exuded an air of arrogance. This kind of person needed to be taught a lesson, and Li Zishuan would never indulge this bad habit of theirs. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun paled at these words. Mo Huai slapped the table and stood up, scolding Li Zishuan angrily. Impudent! How dare an ignorant child humiliate our Mo clan? Mo Zhong drew his sword and said, "Uncle, I'll go teach him a lesson." Then he ignored Li Gang's attempt to stop him and channeled his qi into his sword to stab Li Zishuan. Tisk, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Zishuan sneered. With his current strength in the Grandmaster realm, Mo Zhong's sword was like a child's play, so he didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there and stretched out two fingers in an extremely pretentious manner, accurately capturing the trajectory of Mo Zhong's sword. With a clang sound, Mo Zhong could no longer move forward. Silence! Everyone in the room, including Li Gang, widened their eyes in disbelief. Mo Zhong's face turned red. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. In his opinion, the child in front of him was so much younger than him. How could he not be able to defeat him? However, reality was always so cruel. Right now, he only wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Li Zishuan's two fingers seemed to have infinite strength, making his sword immovable. Humph! Those who kill will die. Those who injure will be punished. You call yourselves followers of the school of Mo, but have you forgotten the philosophy that your Mo clan has always pursued? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Zishuan sneered. Then, everyone heard a clang. Mo Zhong's sword broke from the middle. Half of the sword fell to the ground, reflecting the sunlight from outside on Mo Zhong's face. Mo Zhong said in shock, "Grandmaster? No, impossible. How can there be such a young Grandmaster?" Mo Huai's expression changed slightly. He looked straight at Li Zishuan and said, "Those who kill will die. Those who injure will be punished. This is the way of the school of Mo that my Mo clan has pursued for thousands of years. Where did you learn this from?" Li Zishuan was stunned. He just vaguely remembered that someone in the Legend of Qin had said this before. He didn't expect that he would actually run into the main character. His luck was really unparalleled. There was a related story about those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished. The fourth generation of the school of Mo had his abdomen in the Qin kingdom. His son had killed someone and should have been executed according to the law. However, King Qin Hui thought that his abdomen was old and only had one son, so he ordered that his son not be killed. However, his abdomen said that the way of the school of Mo stated, "Those who kill will die, and those who injure will be punished." This was a necessary measure to prohibit killing and injuring others. It was in line with the righteousness of the world. However, he still insisted on killing his son. This story vividly reflected the strict discipline of the school of Mo. It was precisely because of this that the followers of the school of Mo were very good at fighting. They had the spirit of walking on fire and dancing on the sword, even if death does not come. Ha ha! The way of the school of Mo? Do you still know that this is the way of the school of Mo? You use weapons at the slightest disagreement, not to mention that I'm an official of the imperial court, even if I'm just a commoner. Do you people of the school of Mo have the right to draw your swords against me? Li Zishuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a righteous look on his face, he spat out unforgiving words. Mo Huai's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and ordered, Mo Zhong, you violated the way of the school of Mo Hurry and apologized to Li Xiannan. Ah, Mo Zhong's face turned red. He said reluctantly, Uncle, go quickly. If Li Xiannan doesn't forgive you, you will no longer be a member of the school of Mo. Mo Huai waved his hand and said coldly. When Mo Zhong heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. One had to know that there were ice cubes in this room to lower the temperature. Li Xiannan just now was, after struggling for a long time, Mo Zhong finally moved his feet and arrived in front of Li Zishuan. He then bowed and cupped his hands in apology. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't let Mo Zhong continue. He said directly, no need. I, Li Zishuan, am not someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just treat today's matter as a misunderstanding. Before figuring out what these three members of the school of Mo had, Li Zishuan didn't want to offend them too much. Mo Zhong was in disbelief. He thought that Li Zishuan would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity to hit someone when they were down, but he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Mo Zhong opened his mouth. After a long while, he finally squeezed out the words, thank you. Then he returned to his original position gloomily. When Li Gang and Mo Huai saw this, they both looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. Li Zishuan smiled and continued the original topic. He asked, Juzi, from what you said earlier, you feel that coming to Yanhuang College as a teacher is beneath your status, right? The corners of Mo Huai's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid is really cunning. A moment later, he replied, earlier, Brother Wenji said that you're outstanding in both martial arts and knowledge among the younger generation of the great Tang. You've already proved that you're indeed very talented in the path of martial arts. Now, it's time to prove your knowledge. Then, we will talk about other things. Chapter 603. Prove my knowledge? When Li Zishuan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. If Kong Ingda wanted to compete with him in terms of knowledge, he might be afraid because he didn't know much about the Confucian classics. However, the person in front of him was a big shot of the school of Mo, so it was a different story. Although his engineering knowledge did not originate from the Mo family, it had a lot to do with them. The Mo family was most famous for machinery and machinery. Back then, Mo Z was proficient in handicraft and could be compared to the craftsmen of that time. As a modern engineering student, Li Zishuan felt that he should have a lot in common with the people of the Mo family. Haha, I can prove my knowledge, but there has to be a prize. Otherwise, if anyone doubts my knowledge, won't I have to waste my time debating with them? Li Zishuan said slowly. He was trying to lure him into a trap. If anyone else dared to treat him like this today, he would definitely fall out with them. With his current capital, there was no need for him to tolerate anyone. However, the person in front of him was from the Mo family, so it was different. He really wanted to see how capable the only school with the highest technological content of the 100 schools of thought in the preaching dynasty was, Mo Huai frowned and said, "Do you think you have victory in your hands? You're really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. All right, to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak, you can decide the rules and the prize." Mo Yun panicked and said, "Uncle, you can't do that." Li Zixuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha, good, big shot, you're so bold. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. Next, you and I will each come up with 5 questions in our field of expertise. The 5 questions will be limited to 1 hour. Whoever can answer the most questions will be the winner. If I win, you will have to stay in Yanhuang College to teach your knowledge. If I lose, I'm willing to take out 1,000 taels of gold as compensation. How about that?" 1,000 taels of gold? Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes widened and their breathing quickened. They were so shocked by this huge sum of money that they lost control of their hearts and souls. Although the Mo family was glorious for a period of time and had hundreds of thousands of disciples at its peak, after MOZ, the Mo family no longer had a master of Moism. Coupled with the suppression of the ruling class, the Mo family's glory was long gone, and there were fewer and fewer followers of the school of Mo in the world. Today, only the core followers of the school of Mo were still adhering to and carrying out the original intention of the school of Mo. In terms of life, they were no different from farmers and could barely afford to eat and wear. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun probably couldn't even imagine how much this 1,000 taels of gold was worth. Even Mo Huai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He clenched his hands behind his back and said, "Since you're so confident, how can this old man back down? If I lose, I'll go to your Yanhuang Academy to teach, and I won't ask for any salary. If you lose, I don't want your 1,000 taels of gold." The disciples of the Mahist family use rope ink for self-defense, and in case of emergencies, we wear fur as clothes and sable as uniforms. We work day and night and suffer ourselves to the extreme. We don't need these worldly things. At this moment, Li Zixuan had a higher opinion of Mo Huai. The school of Moism in the preaching era was originally a school of thought formed by workers and peasants. Unlike the Confucian school of thought, which was never tired of eating and never tired of eating, the members of the school of Moism had to endure the hardships of life and had to have a heart of universal love for everyone. They could not talk about personal feelings. The current Mo Huai had a very good character, but he was a little arrogant. Then, "Juzi, please set the question first." Li Zixuan said with a smile, if Mo Huai wasn't willing to accept the 1,000 taels of gold, then he wouldn't force him. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had a look of pity on their faces, but they didn't dare to object. Li Gang, who was watching from the side, glanced at Li Zixuan rather worriedly. He wasn't worried that Li Zixuan would lose face if he lost this competition, but he was worried that if Li Zixuan lost this competition, then it would be a blow to the current momentum of Yanhuang College. At that time, there would probably be many people who would kick Li Zixuan while he was down. Mo Huai nodded. Actually, ever since Li Zixuan took the initiative to let Mo Zhong off, he didn't have much ill will towards Li Zixuan. However, that didn't mean that he was willing to teach at Yanhuang College. These were 2 different things. After pondering for a while, Mo Huai said in a deep voice, "First question, what is the universe?" Li Zixuan was shocked and cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Mo Huai, a person from the Tang Dynasty, to know about the universe. He just didn't know if the universe he was asking about was the same concept as the universe he knew. After hesitating for a while, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "The universe is the general name of all things. It is the unification of time and space. It is the existence of time is endless, space is boundless, and mass is infinite. This answer was the broad definition of the universe in the books of his previous life. The narrow definition of the universe referred to the space and matter outside the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, he couldn't explain the latter concept. What Li Zixuan didn't expect was that after hearing this answer, Mo didn't laugh at him, nor did he have any doubts or confusion. Instead, he was a little shocked. Yes, he was shocked. At this moment, Mo's heart was in turmoil. He said over and over again in his heart, "Impossible! Impossible! How could this little kid in front of me know the holy ancestors' definition of the universe?" That's right. As early as the pre-Qin era, Moz had a detailed definition of the universe. He believed that the universe was a continuous whole and that individuals and parts were separated from this unified whole. They were all parts of this unified whole. In other words, the whole contained individuals, and the whole was made up of individuals. There was an inevitable organic connection between the whole and the individuals. Starting from this continuous view of the universe, Moz then established a theory of space-time. He believed that space-time was both limited and infinite. To the whole, space-time was infinite, but to parts, space-time was limited. He also pointed out that continuous space-time was made up of space-time elements. He defined space-time elements as beginning and end. Beginning was the smallest unit in time that could not be divided again, and end was the smallest unit in space that could not be divided again. This formed the theory that space-time was continuous and infinite. This continuous and infinite space-time was made up of the smallest units. There was a limit in infinity, and there was a discontinuity in continuity. Although Li Zixuan's theory couldn't be said to be completely consistent with Mo's theory, it coincided with the general idea. How could Mo not be shocked? At the same time, it also showed how awesome Moz was in the field of ancient science. Correct. Please listen to this old man's next question. Mo didn't argue and directly admitted that Li Zixuan had answered correctly. Then he continued. Chapter 604. Please ask Jizi. Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Mo's affirmative answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Since Mo said so, didn't it mean that people in this era were really beginning to understand what the universe was? This made Li Zixuan feel incredulous. The second question, what is force? Li Zixuan was shocked, but how could Mo not be? He had read the definition of the universe from Mo's handwritten notes. He thought that this question alone would make Li Zixuan retreat. He didn't expect Li Zixuan, a 14 or 15-year-old kid, to be able to turn the tables. This made Mo very puzzled. After thinking for a while, Mo asked the second question. Force? Is it the force of force? Li Zixuan suspected that he had heard wrong and asked uncertainly. Mo nodded and said, yes. Li Zixuan smiled and answered, force is the interaction between several objects. Interaction refers to the movement of an object that changes due to the existence of other objects. Objects only have two attributes, mass and speed. Therefore, force can change the state of motion of an object. If the speed of increase is defined as acceleration, then for the same object, the greater the force it receives, the greater its acceleration will be. Li Zixuan talked nonstop about all the knowledge points about force in the physics books of the later generations into words that the ancients could understand. Li Gang, who was listening at the side, was confused, not knowing what the hell Li Zixuan was talking about. Mo on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Zixuan with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, it was as if his heart had experienced a violent storm, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The ancestor of the Mahist family, Moz, once had a detailed definition of force in the Mahist classics. He said, "Force is the reason for the movement of an object." In other words, force was the reason for the movement of an object, even if the action of the object's movement was called force. In this regard, he gave an example and said that it was like lifting a heavy object from bottom to top. It could only be done because of the action of force. At the same time, Moz pointed out that when an object was under force, it also produced a reaction force. For example, after two objects of equal mass collided, the two objects would move in opposite directions. If the difference in mass between two objects was great, although the object with greater mass would not move after the collision, the reaction force would still exist. Then, Moz gave the definitions of movement and stop. He believed that movement was due to force pushing, and stop was the end of an object's motion after a certain period of time. Although Moz didn't clearly point, he realized that the object's motion, after the external force, he realized that the object's state of motion could not exist forever after the external force disappeared. To a certain extent, Moz's research in the field of physics and mechanics was definitely more than 2,000 years ahead of the entire world. If the Mahist family could replace the Confucian family and become the orthodox school of physics, then China would very likely become the origin and prosperity of the world's physics. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan finally stopped. The two young men, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, no longer looked at Li Zixuan with contempt. As the core disciples of the Mahist family, they certainly had a certain understanding of Moz's handwritten notes and works. However, they spent most of their time learning martial arts. In comparison, their knowledge in this area was far inferior to Li Zixuan. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who had always flaunted themselves as the children of reclusive masters, felt very hurt in their hearts. They couldn't win in terms of martial arts, let alone in terms of knowledge. Mo Huai closed his eyes and digested what Li Zixuan had just said in his heart, trying to find some loopholes in it. However, after a long while, he opened his eyes somewhat dispiritedly, because he found that what Li Zixuan had just said was not only impeccable, but also more detailed than what was recorded in the ancient books of the Mahist family. He even went a step further in explaining and proving some of the concepts. He had never heard of some of them, but he had to admit that Li Zixuan's words were very reasonable. Li Xianen, you got this question right. Mo Huai looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression and said, although there were rare copies of the Mahist classics circulating in the world in the social context of Confucianism, how many people in the world would read such an obscure book? Moreover, Li Zixuan's theories had clearly surpassed the definition of force in the Mahist classics. He had expanded force into a complete and detailed knowledge on the basis of Mahist classics. Where did Li Zixuan's knowledge come from? Why did he know so many things? There were many questions buried in Mo Huai's heart, but now was obviously not the time to ask, so he could only endure it. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. He was really liking this Mahist master in front of him more and more now. Where could he find such an advanced physics teacher? Li Gang had helped him a lot this time. The person involved, Li Gang, was now dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask Mo why. How did he get it right? He didn't understand at all. Just now, Mo Huai put his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps on the spot. Then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He turned to Li Zixuan and asked, "Third question, put a small hole behind an open candle. What is the phenomenon behind the small hole? With that, he stared at Li Zixuan. Although he knew the answer to this question from the Mahist classics, he only knew how and did not know why. He planned to make things difficult for Li Zixuan later. Li Zixuan widened his eyes. He now suspected that Mo Huai was a transmigrator. He even knew about the image of a small hole. He was going to ascend to the heavens. What? Mr. Li can't answer? Mo Zhong asked happily when he saw this. Li Zixuan was shocked and speechless, but in Mo Zhong's eyes he could not answer. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "It's not difficult. There will be an inverted image of a candle flame behind the small hole. As the small hole in the middle moves back and forth, the size of the image will also change. Juzi, am I right?" As a modern engineering student, although Li Zixuan easily answered Mo Huai's question, he had a stomach full of questions like Mo Huai. This was because the image of a small hole involved the knowledge of geometrical optics. How could the people of the Tang Dynasty know about it? However, he did not know that Mo Huai only saw this knowledge from the Mahist classics. The real person who proposed the image of a small hole was Mozi. Not only did Mozi research in mechanics, but he also had deep attainments in geometrical optics. Chapter 605. More than 1,000 years ago, Mozi had conducted an experiment on the imaging of small holes. He clearly pointed out that light traveled in a straight line, and the image formed by an object passing through a small hole was an inverted image. This was because when light passed through an object and then passed through a small hole, due to the straight line travel of light, the upper part of the object would be reflected below, and the lower part of the object would be reflected above. He also discussed the relationship between the size of the image, the object's tilt, and the distance of the light source. He pointed out that if an object was tilted or far, the shadow would be long and thin. If it was reflected light, the shadow would be formed between the object and the light source. In addition, Mozi also conducted a systematic research on flat mirrors, concave mirrors, convex mirrors, and so on, and came up with a series of basic principles of geometric optics. He pointed out that flat mirrors formed images of the same size and symmetrical distance, but left and right were reversed. If two or more flat mirrors were to face each other and shine light, there would be repeated reflections, forming countless images. The image formed by a concave mirror was a positive image within the middle, a large image if far from the middle, a small image if near the middle, and a large image if near the middle. Outside the middle, an inverted image would be formed, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far from the middle. A convex mirror only formed a positive image, a large image if near the middle, and a small image if far away. The middle, here was the center of the spherical mirror. Although Mozi had not been able to distinguish the difference between the center of the sphere and the focal point, and had confused the center of the sphere and the focal point together, his conclusion was basically consistent with the imaging principles of modern spherical mirrors. In the history of optics, Mozi was the first scientist to conduct systematic research on geometric optics. It was not an exaggeration to say that Mozi had laid the foundation of geometric optics, at least in China. As Joseph Needham said in the physics volume of The History of Science and Technology in China, Mozi's research on optics was earlier than what we know of Greece, and not even India. At this moment, when Mo Huai heard Li Zixuan's answer, he was not as surprised as the previous two times. Instead, he continued to ask, "Why is there an image of an inverted object? If you don't want to explain, you can treat this as my fourth question." Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. "No need, no need. Since you want to know why, then I'll explain it to you. It's not considered one of the 5 questions." His desire to rope Mo Huai and was growing stronger and stronger. Therefore, he had changed the way he addressed himself. Although he was confident that he would win this bet, he had to give Mo Huai some face and make him accept his loss wholeheartedly. This way, Mo Huai would be willing to teach his students wholeheartedly in the future. This is not called cowardice, but the demeanor of a winner. Li Gang, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was a little careless. However, Mo Huai was also his old friend. He couldn't possibly jump out to stop him at this time, right? Li Zishuan asked Xiao and Run to bring a brush and ink, then gestured for Mo Huai to come over. He drew the light path diagram of the small hole imaging system and said slowly, "Juzzy, please look. This is a candle. The flame of the candle can be seen as composed of many small luminous dots. Each luminous dot emits light in all directions. There will always be a small beam of light that goes straight through the small hole, forming a small luminous spot behind the small hole. Therefore, each luminous dot on the candle flame will form a corresponding luminous spot on the white paper. All the luminous spots on the white paper will form the image of the candle flame on the white paper." After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Mo Huai suddenly understood. Now, he finally knew how and why. However, at the same time, he looked at Li Zishuan very strangely, as if he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Mo Huai was very curious about Li Zishuan's background. First of all, to be able to become a martial arts master at the age of 14 or 15 was already a special case in the world. However, Li Zishuan actually had such deep attainments in these very obscure fields. He was a dual cultivator of both literature and martial arts, and he could reach an existence that ordinary people could not reach in every aspect. Mo Huai could not imagine what kind of family, what kind of master could teach such a monster. How is it? I wonder if this kid is right. Li Zishuan's scalp tingled under Mo Huai's gaze, so he could not help but ask. Mo Huai nodded silently and did not say a word. Li Zishuan said, "Then, Juzzy, please continue with the fourth question." When Mo Huai heard that, he shifted his gaze away from Li Zishuan and sighed deeply. Then he bowed to Li Zishuan and cupped his hands. "There's no need for that. This old man admits defeat. From now on, this old man's old bones will be at your disposal. I don't ask for any remuneration, and I will do whatever you want." "Uncle, no. Uncle, don't." Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were shocked when they saw this, and they shouted one after another. As the Juzi of the Mo family, Mo Huai's knowledge, and martial arts were all the role models that they, who adhered to the Mo school, worshipped and chased after since they were young. Now, the godlike man in their eyes actually bowed to a young man of 14 or 15 years old. How could they tolerate this? Although Li Zishuan was indeed very powerful, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun still could not accept this reality. "Shut up. As the Juzi of the Mo family, how can I go back on my words? Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, the two of you can leave first. In the future, this old man will choose the next Juzi of the Mo family." When Mo Huai heard that, he hurriedly reprimanded them loudly. Then he cupped his hands to Li Zishuan and said, "Lordly, please give this old man a month's time. After this old man returns to the Mo family's encampment and chooses the next Juzi, I will return to Chang and to teach the students wholeheartedly." Now, Mo Huai's gentle pleading was no longer as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. Instead, he looked more like a hero at the end of his road. Li Gang looked at him and could not bear to see this. After all, this was an old friend. he had known for many years. Thus, he said, "Brother Mo, you don't have to do this. Your position as a Juzi does not conflict with your identity as an instructor at Yanhuang College. Xiao Xian is not an unreasonable person. He will not restrict your freedom. You can manage the Mo family's affairs while teaching at Yanhuang College. Besides, the Mo family has declined to this day. How many affairs do you still need to manage?" The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth curled up. He secretly thought that his opportunity had come. He hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Li is right. Juzi, if you go to Yanhuang College to teach, this young man will definitely not restrict your freedom. Furthermore, this young man will definitely not shortchange your salary by a single cent. Also, Juzi, you can move the Mo family's encampment to Chang, and at that time, this young man will be in charge of settling all the followers of the Mo family. If there are any followers of the Mo family who are proficient in mechanics, optics, or machinery like you, this young man is also willing to hire them to Yanhuang College. As for the salary of the teachers at the college, I'm sure you already know about it. So this young man will not repeat it. What do you think? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.